Good morning, guys. Looks like oil might be moving today.
Good morning.
Snapchat is crazy.
Myrna seems to be up again pre-market. Hey, good morning, guys. It's John. Um, so I'm sure you guys are doing this, so I'm not telling you because to what to do, but just a suggestion, make sure, I would just suggest that when you guys are looking at these charts in the morning and you see if they're going up or down, try to make sure you're looking at a chart with levels on it. So if it's gapping up or it's gapping down, that you see, how it's gapping up or down relative to where it closed the day before, um, where it's closing within any kind of level, right? If it's closing near a pivot, if it's getting close to a pivot, if it's getting near a target, et cetera. So that, you have some context around, right? Like it could, sometimes these things just gap down because of where it closed the day before. Sometimes it's gapping up, but it's just going to pull back. And then other times, right, it's getting near a pivot, right? And so it could be moving up, but it's just moving up because if you look at the weekly or the daily, right, it'll be getting close to a weekly or daily pivot. So it doesn't have much room to run. And so it's basically getting close to something that's going to bounce off of, and all that stuff is really important. We saw a lot of that yesterday, like we saw that with Amazon, we saw that with Zoom or Tesla, et cetera.
Yeah, just look at the spies. I mean, the spy went up to 437.60. It looks like pre-market, and that's the basically the daily. That's all the pivot. That's a pivot high right there.
There you go. Right.
437.14 or so. 437. Yeah, right around that area.
Beautiful. So my challenge to you guys would be, when you're calling them out, because I think it's great that you guys are calling them out. So this is a positive thing, by the way, not a negative, is force yourself when you look at these things, right? If you say they're moving up or down, force yourself to add that extra information in there, right? And share that information, right? Like if SPY's gapping up, right, or it looks like it's moving up, say, hey, this morning SPY's moving up, it's getting close to the pivot on the 15, right? So I think we got to watch and see if it'll reject or it'll break through that, because that's really the information that people want to trade.
Yeah.
Same
Market
thing
can gap up
on
this
oil.
morning, but then as soon as it gaps up, it's going to come back in because it's right at that pivot at level.
Exactly. And I think you guys will find this will help you to read charts better, and it'll help the group, right? So like I said, I mean, I don't want anybody to feel like they can't speak up. So that's not my point. My point is that I think you'll find you'll become a better chart reader if when you look at these things moving, if you force yourself to say, well, I got to look to see where it's moving and where the pivots are, and then call that out. You'll start to say, oh, wow, like this is actually making me a better chart reader. But everyone should actually do this in the morning. Everyone should try to call out some stuff that's moving. And I think everybody should actually call out some stuff on pivots and there, because this is a great way for people to get involved and a great way for people to practice the skills.
I mentioned the Myrna earlier, and I mentioned that one because not that it really matters, but I think the one reason it was moving earlier was because Israel had said about booster skin, but who knows if that's priced in or not. But its price does seem like it's sitting right on that pivot on the 15 chart from, I think, yesterday, Thursday. So like you said, who knows? And a lot of people sell news anyway. So, but that's the reason I mentioned it.
Well, I'm pulling up Myrna on the 15. Okay. And first of all, don't minimize your thoughts, right? You say why they're doing it or not, right? Right now, what I see on Myrna, right, pre-market, is that yesterday it closed inside the high of the prior day. And then after market, it kind of stayed within that range. And this morning it's gapping up and it's pulling back down right within that pivot. So, and if I look at the daily on Myrna, right, it's in a two up. which is good. That's a bullish trend. And right now it's got a lot of daylight above it still. So it's in a pretty strong uptrend, right? And it
So we know
is,
with like Myrna right here, right? If we know that, like with Myrna right here, you know, if we open at the 330 mark where it's at right now, basically if it breaks above that, we know to get long, right? And then just go short if it starts breaking down. Is that what you think, John? When if it starts breaking above like the 330, 331, then we can like be more confident in getting long because it's breaking that. We know that's where the pivot's at, right?
right. Well, the one thing is you got to look at on the new day, right? Every new day, it's going to have a new ADR high and low, right? So I'm not saying you don't want to go long, right? But yes, if the day starts and if it breaks above, if it's already breaking above the high from yesterday, right? So yesterday's high was, I think, 328, right? So it closed at 323. But if it's already gapping up, then it's going to close at 328. Now you got to remember, one of the things you have to be careful about is that when these things gap up in the morning, they have a tendency to fill the gap back, right? At the open. So when these things gap up, we don't want to jump right in, right? We want to wait for them to fill the gap. And then we want to buy when they start to push up. But yes, what I would say is that with the strength, if it's gapping up in the morning, we're looking to see if it fills the gap and push up. And then once it would push, if we get beyond the high from the prior day, that's a great place to enter. I think that's what you asked me. So I think I'm answering that right.
Yeah, no, yeah, 100%. It looks like the target would be if it does break 343, that wick on the 4-hour daily.
Right. The one thing with Myrna that it would be, you want to be careful about is that on Tuesday, it hit a high of 342. So just going back this week, right? If you're comparing where it is now, right? Because it had big move down and it's inside of that, right? So there's going to be some stops over there. So as it's pushing back up, right? You kind of do have natural targets. If you were to pull up the 30 and look on multiple days, right? You look on those candles. So there's one candle at 322. There's a huge red candle that goes all the way up to 337. Again, I'm looking on the 30, right? You can look on lots of different time frames. So just looking on the 30, if you go back to Tuesday, okay, right? Like one big target on the 60 is 342. I don't know if you're following me, you have to kind of look at the chart, but because of the fact that it got all the way up to 342 and came all the way down to 292, right? So let me start over.
No, yeah, I see it all there.
Right, okay. I just want to make sure. Yesterday was an inside day, basically, right? 2 days ago, it was really high. 2 days had a huge move down. Wednesday, it moved, came all the way back up. Yesterday was a very tight inside day. Inside days are good because usually it means it's going to go one way or the other, right? So inside day, we usually are looking for direction. So everything we just said about where to enter makes sense. Now we're looking for direction. My point is that because we can see all this price action, because sometimes it's good to look at it from 50,000 feet, right? So I took a step back and looked at it from 50,000 feet. You can use on the 30, you can use the candles, right, from that big move down. And you can kind of see that if it starts to move up, those candles that were on Tuesday kind of give you some natural targets. But the ultimate target, right, if it had a huge move up today, let's just say, would be 342, just because that's the top of the 60, right? That's like the long, far away target. Um, but to your point, again, going back to what we said, the place where you look to go long is exactly what we said first. So I'm just trying to say, like, there's like the macro view and then there's the micro view. But we want to always be looking to see, like, if we think there's a chance to go long, well, we want to then take a step back and see, like, what's the overall trend? Does this look like there's a good chance that this thing has like, if it breaks out, like, where do we think this thing is going if it starts to move in a direction? Does that make sense?
Right. Thanks.
Right, right. And that goes for any of these stocks. Right? You always want to take a look at, and look at the bigger picture and say, okay, if it looks like these things are moving, well, there's no guarantee it's going to move somewhere, but where would it move? Right? Where do I think it could move if it started moving in a certain direction? Like, what was another one that you guys saw that you guys thought were moving in a certain direction this morning? Or what was another one that you thought was moving up or looked good? Don't be shy.
I saw TTD, I think.
Okay.
I have to look again.
Okay. Okay, so I see TTD is gapping up in the morning.
I'm looking at D-Dog.
Okay, well, let's look at TTD for a second, because that's the one you called. Okay, so if I look at TTD and I look at the 30, and I can see the weekly trend, or I could look at the daily trend. So I'm going to look at the daily trend. So let me ask you, if you look at the daily trend, right? Where is TTD in the daily trend? If you look at the daily trend for like the last 2 months, I don't need to go all the way back to 2 months, but I'm just saying in the recent months, like, what's happening with TTD in the last, 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Me, like the one who talked about it, the TTD, or?
Yeah, I'm asking you. So TTD is gapping up, but if you just
Yeah,
look
I
at
mean, TTD's been kind of wild.
well, you should
it
see. I'm
happened-
gonna make it easier for you.
Okay,
So
sure.
you should see one very clear thing about TTD right now, based on the current daily chart. You should see something right off the bat that is going on with TTD right now.
At pre-market or as of yesterday's close?
On the daily chart, if you look at the current trend,
Yeah.
there's something that should be jumping out at you right now based on the most recent few candles.
Well, it wasn't like a 2 up for the last 4 days, at least 1, 2, 3.
Okay, what happened in the last 4 days? What would we call that?
A reversal.
There you go. Bam. It's reversed. So it was in a very big downtrend and it is currently reversed higher. Okay. So that's important, right? Right?
Yeah.
That you want to know that, right? So if all of a sudden the thing was gapping up in the morning, right? But the thing's in a downtrend, you're like, well, wait a minute. If it's in a downtrend, there's a much higher probability it's going to finish down. Okay. If it's an uptrend, there's a chance that it's going to continue the uptrend unless I get information that says it's not going to be the uptrend, right?
Right.
Okay. So that's what I mean by looking at these charts to see what's going on, right? If you think that something's gapping up, the first thing you want to do is to say, well, wait a minute, is this thing moving in a positive or negative direction? Okay. So now you got that information. The second thing you want to do is to say, well, given that information, what do I think it's likely to continue? Well, here you can see that actually it's been moving up against what you could argue is almost like a PMG, right? Pivot machine gun. I mean, it's not a huge one, but it's got a lot of stops to break. So if it's moving, right, it's possible. Again, these things are possible. Nothing is guaranteed. But what could happen is, right, is that with the strength this morning, if it continues the trend higher, right, then what happens is that when you see this much down action, every time it keeps moving up, the people who we're shorting it, it's taking out their stops. Okay,
Yeah, and would you take note of on like the daily chart, like with the daily pivots, that it's currently marking above that that 76-70 pivot, and like that could trigger some stops. And then you have another one at 81-89 above that.
well, I mean, you gotta look at everything. Now, you gotta remember, again, the one thing I always say is that, not me, Jerry and I, but Jerry, is that because it's gapping up pretty good this morning, right? This is a $74 stock, which isn't that expensive, and it's already gapping up almost $3. That's a pretty big gap, right? That's a very strong gap for a stock. So your natural inclination is to think this thing is going to go gangbusters, right? Pre-market. But what you have to remember is that there's a good chance, right, that it will fill the gap, right? There's initial profit taking. And then if it really is strong, right, which it likely is because it's an uptrend, is that once it fills the gap, it'll turn around and it'll bust higher again. Does that make sense what I just said?
Oh yeah, yep. Yeah, no, I hear you guys talk about the gap fills a lot.
Right, okay, so that's what we're looking at, right? So now what you have is you identified a really good stock that has a really strong gap up this morning, because gap up strength is really relative to the size of the candles, the percentage of the gap relative to the top, right? So all that, so that's good. It's in an uptrend, right? So then as far as where you'd want to enter, right? Then obviously you then would want to look to see, okay, well, you're looking for any resistance. You're going to look at the 5, the 15. You're going to see if there's any support or resistance on the 5 or 15. But ideally, what you'd want to see, since it's gapping up, right, is that if it pulls back, right, is that you'd want to wait for it to start going back up, and you'd want it to, clear the candle of the previous day high. And if it looks like it's good, right, and there's not a resistance or anything that has to clear because there's pivots there, right, then that'd be a good place to enter. But again, like I said, with these morning trading, because morning trading is really tough, you have to be a little careful, right? Because you just don't know how much of it is just a, overnight exuberance, and then you take the profits and then then it fails. So there's no guarantees on any of this stuff, but this is what you want to do when you look at it, right? So, but this is a good one. I like T-Dog. This could be a good stock for the open. And I'm actually looking back now on my 30 on my bigger chart, and I can see if I go to Monday. Monday it was an uptrend almost the whole day. Tuesday morning it had a huge down bar on the first bar. And then it had a big consistent uptrend the whole day. Wednesday had a small up bar, and then it kind of moved up all day. And yesterday was the first day where it basically made a V. Came down, but it went up. So it's been a pretty bullish stock most of the week.
Yeah, no, I guess best case for us would be if it filled the gap down and then we can find an entry on the way back up. That would be nice.
Yeah. But again, my point is just trying to show you guys that, like, you will become a better trader. This is how I became a better trader, and I'm got a long way to go, believe me. But you'll become a better trader is that when you're looking at these things, don't wait for other people like me to say, like, force yourself to do the same analysis, right? Take the ownership to say, I can do the same thing, right? I can look at the chart. I can say, I can look at the daily. I can look at the 30. I can look at the trend. I can look for the pivots, right? I can look for the gaps, right? You guys can all do this. And then you guys should make it a rule for yourselves that, like, if you're going to share information with the group, force yourself to do it the way Jerry and I do it, because then that way it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, just so we're clear, right? No one's going to be embarrassed. No one feels like we're all here to help each other get better. But you will find that you will get better if you get yourself in the habit of doing it this way. Because when you force yourself to go through the exercise of doing it, right, then you'll be like, oh, wow, I'm actually starting to see this more, and I'm getting comfortable by building that into my process. So why should it just be that you have to sit there and listen all day? Why don't you guys, get something out of this as well? So, all right, D-Dog was another one. So whoever called D-Dog, why don't you walk us through it?
That was me. I'm new.
Hey, Liz.
Hi. I'm just a traditional trader. So I'm trying,
Is there such a thing?
oh, I don't know. Well, I love charts. So let's see, D-Dog. So on the daily, it's a
Well, let's
little
start.
gapped up.
Well, let's start with the process that we've been doing, right? So before the market right now,
Mm-hmm.
right, we were looking to see if there's any stocks that look interesting because they're gapping up in the more whatever. I did see there was a price target change on it. But there really isn't much movement pre-market.
Not a ton, but so on the daily, so that 212, that's a bullish continuation on the daily. See, I'm very new, I'm just learning this. I have to look at all the papers to see it. But
You don't have to apologize. It's fine.
but it doesn't, so on the 30, it looks like there's a reversal. So that would be a reversal, the 2-2, and then
Right. So you really wouldn't get a reversal on the 30 because
okay,
no, it's okay. I mean, yes, it could start to reverse there, but you want a full day or a week or something because you want one candle. So the intraday candles, right? You
Okay.
can't really tell if it's reversing, right? You can see if it's trying to reverse, right? But you don't really get confirmation until the day closes. So it could, for example, if you start to think it's reversing and in a 30, it could be
Mhm.
going up, it could go down, then it could go back up again. You know what I mean? And then the next day it changes. So when we talk about reversals, we're actually looking on a closed candle on a daily, and then we look to see like, oh, it was in a downtrend and then it moved to an uptrend, that kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not saying that you can't see what is going to happen on the 30, but don't confirm that it's absolutely going to reverse. Now, during midday, what we see is that the action during the midday can reverse,
Okay.
right? But that's
So-
not the same as the trend of the candle.
Of the candle, right.
The overall stock is going to reverse, right? Because you could be
Right.
really bearish or bullish on it.
So that's why I look at that daily, and that's a 212, and then on the weekly. So I'm always very confused about the threes, but on the weekly, there's a big 3 candle that's very large. I'm not sure exactly what that
Okay,
3 on the
so
weekly is.
I'll simplify it for you, okay? So a 2 is giving you direction one way or the other, right? It's either giving you clear direction up or down. An inside candle is telling you there's indecision, right? It's in the middle,
So it's consolidating.
right? So we're waiting. And that's good because that means we know that the next candle has to tell us either up or down, and we can actually take advantage of that price action, right? Because we can, when it makes a move one way or the other, we can play that action. So if it's a 1 and then the next candle's a 2 up, well, we can jump on that. Or if it makes a 2 down, we can jump on that, right?
Mhm.
A 3, which is an outside bar, basically tells us that it's now saying it's trying to do price discovery. It doesn't know if it wants to hit a new high or a new low. So you can think of that as more of like a reset.
Okay.
Okay, so 3s are not bad. They're just basically telling you if it wasn't an uptrend or it wasn't a downtrend, now it's kind of starting over because it's pushed all the way up high and down low. So what we need to do is we sort of need to wait for price discovery to start over again. And so if you get a 3-1-2, which is a pattern, right? A 3-1-2, then
Mhm.
basically what it's doing, it's saying, I went really far out. I'm not really sure what I want my price to be. I came inside, I'm consolidating. So that next candle is a really good one to play because usually by that point, you're getting a 2 up or a 2 down. Right? And so
Okay.
if that next one goes up or down, boom, we can jump on that and we can say, oh, that's going to be a really clear move up or down. So I can go long or short.
Okay.
And I'm sure
There is-
there's all kinds of stuff that you can do, but I like to keep it simple, right? So
Okay.
let's not overcomplicate it.
So there is a gap on the daily. I mean, it's small, so I'm not sure if,
Well,
That
for
matters.
now, what I would do, right, is I would look for the resistance and the pivot lines to see. Right now, what I see with D-Dog is that if you go back on the daily to about 618, from 618 all the way up to 719, there's clearly a resistance at 101.50. And there's clearly, or I'm sorry, that was support, and there's clearly resistance at 110.23. That's a range. You can kind of see that's been trading in that range, right?
Mhm.
Yesterday, it broke out of that range, but it had a shooter down hard. So it
Yeah.
tried to break out and it came right back in the range, which tells us that it really does not have the strength to get out of the range yet.
Mhm.
So what you would basically say is that anything that's going to happen with this right now is going to stay in between 100 and 110. And until it gets out of 100 and 110, you can't go longer shorter in this
Okay.
because
And that's what I've been watching, is
Right.
that 110
right.
breakout.
And even if it does break out because it's been rejected once already, you're going to need it to really tell you. So if it goes above 110 again, you can't go long. You have to really wait because it's already been rejected once. You
Mhm.
need to make sure that it goes and it stays up there at least. So what we call a, waiting for confirmation.
Right, okay. Yep, that's what I've been waiting for, is that 110.
Yeah, because yesterday it literally went all the way up to 112. It looked like it was fantastic. And you were like, man, this thing looks sweet. I'm going to
Mhm.
jump in. And all those people who jumped in, which believe me, right there, I would have probably jumped in too. All those people got kind of smashed back down quick.
Do you guys look at do you watch volume on the daily or on that?
Well, we watch volume to the extent that if we're looking for if some price is moving higher or lower, we like
Okay,
to see that volume is increasing. If volume is decreasing, it's just usually a sign that it's
Well-
it's not a false breakout.
right, and that's what I typically watch, is the volume level.
Yep.
On these.
Are you guys on Twitter as Trady TICS?
You asking me?
Yes.
No.
That's a
Big
company
up.
called Trady Ticks, and they have their own website. They've got volume flow and some AI components related to them. They have their own Discord channel as well.
Oh, okay. They use the strat also. I thought yours was the same. When I looked at your username, it looked close.
Yeah,
So,
no, I'm just
I
little Trendaletica John. I just myself, but I don't really post that much. I probably should post more, but I don't feel
Oh
like,
no, you don't have to. I mean, we share a lot in this group anyway. So.
yeah. Yeah. I don't feel like I'm enough of an expert yet to start giving people advice in the Twitter sphere. So I kind of keep my mouth shut. But I'm getting better. Anyway, sorry, I wasn't really trying to like do a whole thing there.
Oh, no, this is really good because I'm new and
No, yeah.
I mean, I have not used the strat to trade yet, so I'm just learning.
Yeah, well, to be clear, like so here we use the strat as one thing. That's not all we do, right? The strat is just one of the tools in our toolbox. But the point I'm trying to make is that these are fundamentals of trading. And I just want to invite everyone that's on the group to feel like just because Jerry and I do this stuff and talk like this, I want to empower other people to do the same stuff, right? Because that's how you're going to get better, right? So it's great that people call out tickers and everything. But what I want people to do is to also feel like they want to up their game and do the same thing, right? Look for the pivots and look for the targets and look for that stuff, because you'll start to find that that's where you'll get better as a trader, right? By doing the same thing. And also participation helps you get better. So I love that people like to participate. So when you do this stuff, you know, try it out. Look for the stuff that we just talked about today. So anyway, that was really my point. And we have a real safe space here. We don't make people feel stupid, and there's no bad questions and, you know, all that stuff, because this shit's hard and right, it takes a long time to learn. So, you know, I think most of the people here know that. And
Wait,
So-
wait, can I be facetious and say, you're not going to tell me to sit my country arse down?
no, no.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, I did that. Sorry.
No, it's funny.
I
That's
apologize.
good. It's good. So anyway, so actually, there's a lot of people that get on here early too, right? And I think that this is a great time before Jerry gets on, where people could take advantage of this time to use it for this kind of practice. Because I do think that reading the charts and looking at the targets is one great way to get better. Anyway, well, it's 7:23. I was very excited about Amazon this morning because I held a position overnight. It was at 355 and now it's pulled all the way back to 342. So it looks like the market still hates me, but we'll see. Maybe the market will be a little bit more generous. Sorry, today than it was yesterday, but I don't know. This week has been a tough one.
Snap is going nuts.
Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Which one did you say?
Snap.
Oh yeah, 74 now, 74.41.
Yeah, the only success I had in the market last night, guys, was I traded Twitter and Snap and made money after the bell. So I had done terrible all day.
Good.
But I actually had to salvage my trading day after the bell. But that's pretty sad when I have to basically scout my evening. Yeah, but my days get very long when I'm basically trading from, you know, pre-market all the way through post-market, and I've been doing that a lot lately.
How did you do it, if you don't mind me asking? I know it's probably straightforward. I just have no idea.
No, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I just watch the price action and I just buy equities, and I just basically, you can kind of start to, it takes a lot of feel. There isn't a lot of levels, but you kind of start to realize that if you do it enough, you can sort of see where the people after hours are sort of buying. There's a lot of scalping that happens after hours. So
Morning, Jerry.
the goal is to sort of get in and out quick, right? You sort of get in, let it drop, or get in
Morning,
low,
Jerry.
or buy it high. So what I do is I'll short it, buy it, and I'll buy it on up and down, and they're really tight ranges. So,
Oh, okay.
hey, Jerry, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing pretty good.
Morning, Jerry.
Take a look around. Bottom was gap down this morning. Let's say 206. Store a few charts real quick. Baba could come on down to 198. me look at Etsy. CRWD right quick. Closest to breaking. Keep Etsy on your radar at open here. It's breaking yesterday's high. Should dip down and then come right back up. It breaks pre-market high to 367 to long. Let's see on WD. Same thing with CRWD. If it breaks 265, it's gonna be long immediately. Amazon can have a nice run today. Oh yeah. If you look at the daily on Amazon, keep going. So it's a little bit, it's about where it opened or closed yesterday. So if it can retest the pivot and bounce off, that'll be long immediately. And the pre-market high gives you a clue of where it's going to go. So if it bounces it open, first target is 36.55. Tesla.
Hey Jerry, I've been meaning to tell you this. I keep forgetting. I hate that phone call alert that you have. It scares the phone call alert that you have. The ringer.
Oh, yeah, does it?
Because I use headphones and every time it rings, it scares the piss out of me.
Keeps you on your toes.
It does, man. I'm like, I always think, I'm like, what the hell is that? But I'm a little more used to it now.
Google is up $40 pre-market. Sorry, John.
No, it's okay. I just laugh. Every time that thing goes off, I'm like, what the hell is that?
Starbucks is breaking this morning too. Yeah, I try to turn it down.
It's okay. I'm just joking with you. I didn't even know you could change the alerts.
It's just a no phone alert.
No, I know, but I'm saying I didn't even know you could do different sounds on TOS.
Oh, no, it's probably my actual phone ringing.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Take a look at Snap, Jerry. It's up 10 bucks.
And Snap and Twitter both ran up, didn't they? What are they looking like now? Oh shit. All right, well, good. Okay, here we go. Snap's consolidated right here at the top. So if it breaks 74.50, it's gonna be long immediately.
Twitter was
really
up big too. Twitter was another one. Twitter was up big.
Nice. So same thing with Twitter. Let's see here. No, Twitter don't look as good as Snap. Snap stood up and now it's staying around where it finished at. Twitter may be a gap fill though. Hang on a second. Roku's long, right this second. I'm getting Amazon right here. Bob is down. It's going lower. Just a short right this second. Keep an eye on Snap here. The video's coming down. Myrna's ripping. Myrna can see 242. Baidu puking. Bob is short here. Roku's gonna be long again over 432. Break the 30-minute pivot and yesterday's high. Got room at 462. No trade to it. Breaks the high. SQ's long right now. So it breaks yesterday's high. The video's short here. Autodesk just popped. Ooh, Shopify's long. Shop's long right now. All-time highs. Big hammer.
That Snap was the one. Snap has been ripping.
Snap went. Oh yeah. Consolidated broke. Marner's going here. Need to pull back on Snap to get in. SQ still going here.
Snow is ripping as well.
Yeah, Novak so much a target. Marner's still going. Yeah, whenever they consolidate, whenever there's a big move and they consolidate sideways, man, they just go. CRWD's coming up pretty quick here. I hope we get a retest on Amazon here. Roku's long. The SQ still long. A lot of volatility going on right now. Snap's still long here.
Qs are working on trying to fill the gap.
What is?
The Qs. It's about 50%, a little more than 50% to fill the gap.
They should come on down to 620 if it wants down here. Shot.
A lot of this pullback is that SPX is closing out in 15 minutes after the market opens, cause a lot of volatility. After 15 minutes, then the market finds direction.
Snaps long again if you're not in it. You can see $80 here.
Twitter's filling the gap.
Nice. Snaps long. Shot. Shop at all time high, so. Auto desk running here. Roku's still rocking and rolling here. Get him, Roku. Get him.
Yeah, freaking Roku.
Better get you some, boy. X's long right now. Myrna's straight back down. Big shooter down. Boy, there's a lot of volatility. If you're not scalping, you're going to be hurt. You are going to be hurt. Bobby breaks here is going to be short. Go for 66. Ooh. Roku. Roku to the moon. Target's on. What we got here? 445.40. This thing made a pretty good move yesterday. 4 straight back. Won't be hanging around. Like I said to you. SQ still ripping. That's right there. It's looking just like Roku.
Gary, keep your eye on crowd to go along here in a second.
Break 265. How much? Baidu puking still. Baidu's gonna be short when it crosses 167.80.
There goes crowd.
Crowd's long. It's just a 2-1-2 break. Roku, X, CRWD. Snap starting to slow down just a hair. Facebook's, and if it breaks the high, it's long. If it breaks the short, it's in gap fill. Damn, SQ. Crazy. SQ.
Jerry, crowd's almost breaking the high.
It just, yeah, it broke it and then pulled back just a hair down.
And TTD is just still pushing.
Ooh, nice. You can see that daily pivot. 82, 83. It's long right now too. All right, there's CRWJ. TTD is long. Grab basically break up above that 265 to 88 range. It's long. Squares this thing. Stop. Shit. Okay, it's still pushing. Myrna went all the way back red. Went all the way back green. Ooh. That's that one. It's coming back up here too. Boy, be careful out there. You will get hurt. First 15-minute candle here. A lot of stuff goes inside up and be long. Inside down short. SQ's supposed to go long. Crowd's supposed to go long. HQ's long and two. Shop's supposed to go inside up. Wait for it to come all the way back up too. SQ still rocking here. Target on the SQ. First target's 269.
There goes Roku.
74. Oh yeah, on a Momo hammer. I love it.
Sorry, I'm not at my computer. Is crowd target 270-ish?
Starbucks is continuing today also.
Yeah, needs to break that 125.16 level. There goes
Oh, I
Roku
agree.
back.
I held it overnight. That's why. But yeah, I agree with that.
SQ, holy shit. Incredible. Roku.
Yep. And Roku, SQ Roku, man, great calls. God, really good calls.
Kicking ass, man. There we go. Shopify kicked ass too. You buy deep in the money calls, man. It's on.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Get it down deep, deep, deep. Deep in the money. Especially right here at 058. Roku's target pivot high 60. Shops breaking right here. Novaks and Myrna's been some of the craziest tickers. But Starbucks, man, has been good all week. We've been playing that thing all week. One day it ran like $4 and they were 30 cents at the open. Absolutely freaking incredible. I've been trying to call these cheaper tickers for some of the smaller accounts.
I'm
Oh,
out
yeah.
Roku using that join the ask. That was amazing.
It's incredible, isn't it? Amazon's supposed to go here, guys. Amazon's the one I'm waiting on. Amazon's the one I'm waiting on. Amazon, please, I can't believe I missed that 2 back up to high. It can break the high here. Amazon's been long. I can't believe I missed that 2 off the bottom. Wah, wah, wah. If you look at the daily on Amazon, dang, this thing can PMG up. Its daily target is 36.95.
Hey, Jerry, Illumina just went with that alert. I don't know if you had it too.
And remember, as Jerry says, you're just scalping first half hour. Don't get killed.
Yeah. Yeah, you take your money, you build you a cushion up. If you don't, you're gonna get hurt. Roku's going again, X is going again.
Yep, I'm out Roku and it's still going, but I'm happy. I got a, $700 cushion.
It adds up real quick. It makes you, it allows you to slow down and be very picky. It lets you be very picky.
It's one of the best things I learned from Jerry, to scalp in the first half hour. Don't get greedy. All right, I'll let you call him now.
No problem, man. No problem. That's it. I usually, joining the ask is a great way to do it. If you level 2 is something you need practice with, but if you just join the ask as price pushes up, it does basically the same thing. It's nice when you're catching that top of the ask. Gives you some extra money. I mean, by joining the ask, I've caught $100, $50. Usually it's about 25, $30 extra.
Apple almost ready right now, Jerry.
Apple. Yeah, so that breaks that high, she's gone. ACB. ACB puking here. Well, that was just a pullback. The downside there. Amazon needs to break that high. Autodesk is breaking to the upside. So Autodesk is long. Everything's starting to pull back a little bit. Let's take a look at VIX. VIX got a big hammer. We could easily get that thing back. Tesla's trying to go short here. Auto ACB canvas is short. If you got a small account, target is the low on the 60. So around 670, about 40%, 30%.
NVIDIA is almost short, Jerry.
Yes, sir. Amazon fits to go long. Here's the one you need to watch out for, guys. If it breaks the high here, it's gonna be long. Give it 50 cents over the high. Amazon's long right now. This motherfucker around 40 bucks. Damn it. Up 10%, 16%. No. Amazon, what am I gonna do with you? Amazon, damn, 30%.
The spread on Amazon way better today.
Yeah.
Apple right now, Jerry.
The scary phone.
I was ready for it.
Amazon can run another 30, 40 bucks. Yeah, it's a PMG on the daily. Autodesk. Facebook. Facebook. Snap. What you doing? On that down. Oh. Snap breaks the low of the day. 74.43 is gonna be short gap fill. Starbucks trying to come up. Baba's long for gap fill. Baba likes to fill that gap. Tesla's trying to go short here. Baba likes filling the gap when it gaps down. I don't know why it does, but it does. It's best to buy next week's calls. It's best to buy next week's because it could take all day to fill that gap. About $6.
Google could be good, but it gapped up today, so be careful. But it could be good.
Yeah, as soon as it breaks that 26, I'd say 11. I like Google. It does pretty
Spy's
good. You just
almost
gotta
short,
watch-
Jerry, to fill the gap.
Oh. Tesla's fixing to go short here too, guys. Tesla's fixing to go short when it breaks the low.
Yeah, Google and Amazon can be money makers on a Friday. That's why I pointed that out.
Heck yeah, they can. I love them. I love them. This is going short here. Visa chopping sideways. PayPal chopping sideways. That's good. Chopping sideways, big break and gap up. Mark that top. Usually on the gap ups like this, first thing in the morning, Starbucks is officially go long. I like marking the top and the bottom of consolidation for a gap fill. All right. What they do. Starbucks is fixing to go long. So it went up, pulled back, and filled. Look here, this is very important. Anybody that ever plays any kind of gap up for any time, whether it's a week or two, knows this. If they don't tell you out the bat, gap ups and fill about 50%, they don't fucking trade. See how this thing filled about 50%? Now it's starting to curl back up. If you've ever played gap ups or gap downs, you know this. This is just a fact. So when it starts to 2-2 back up, you take when it crosses about 50% of this move here, target's always going to be the open and the high. So it's just reversed when we're playing a gap down. Same pattern. One up's on the top, one's on the bottom. Marcus chopping. CRWD trying to go again. Roku's trying to come back up. Autodesk is long. Roku trying to 2-1-2 back up. All right, 10 o'clock. Let's see what they got in store. Roku gonna break. Autodesk is long right to it. Novax is short. Target 30 pivot. Roku's fixing to break to the upside again. If it fails to break, if you're in it, you need to cut that shit instantly. Instantly. Roku long. Trying to break that. The target's a pivot on the 60 here. Roku, I love you. Amazon trying to come back up. There goes Roku. There's a chance to get in if you didn't get in it. I'm in and out. I don't play around. Amazon fixing to go. I gotta pull it up right quick. Amazon, what you doing? Yeah, shoot. Amazon's so crazy, man. I love that thing. Dude, when this thing starts pulling down, you still catch a spike. That's the craziest fucking ticker I ever saw in my life. Absolutely incredible. Amazon's gonna go long again to cross the 3650 here. I mean, that's insane to me. I've never saw nothing like it.
Yeah, same thing with shop too. Sometimes that happens. I don't know why though.
I love it. I love it.
Oh yeah, I'll take it all day long.
Dude, it just makes my day. There's like a disconnect, so I can figure. So, say the price is pushing up, right? So it's boom, 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 right? It's moving, and all of a sudden, people chasing, getting in, right? They're trying to market in. The price keeps going up. And then it starts pulling back, right? You see it. There's a disconnect. It takes a few seconds before the options start to roll over. You see what I'm saying? So it still spikes for 2 or 3 seconds before it catches up and it starts pulling back. So you can actually take advantage of that. It's the craziest thing. I love it.
I agree.
Roku's still going here, guys. All right, Amazon breaks 3650. It's long off of Momo Hammer. And I tell you what, man, it's a PMG on the daily. This son of a bitch can go to 3773 today if it wants to. It really can. 4-hour target is 36.95. So Amazon's long. This thing's a beast. Shopify's trying to go long again. Nobody's hit target there. Roku's still going. Starbucks is trying to break. Yeah, Amazon's one to watch today. Okay. Roku's moved $20. I hit that thing 3 times. That was a nice nail on that break. It's $4, $4 or $5. It ain't too bad though. For a scout. There's Starbucks. And Roku can keep going. It breaks that 60 pivot, taking them stops out. All right, see how Starbucks rolled over? That's the gap up. The target is the high, the open and the high. All right. So that was your first target. Now it's the second entry into it as it breaks the high of the day. So there you go. That's how you play a gap up and a gap down the same damn way. We click catch the bottom. Target's open, then the high. This thing's all-time highs here. It could see 126 today, maybe 127. Boy, Amazon's really wanting that. Roku's not stopping. It's trying to come back up. CRW day.
Yeah, and look on Roku. If you got out, you know, like when I did, you see that rev strat on the 5 minutes. That's what gets you back in. That 1, 2 down, then the big 2 up. You're
Roku's
back in.
long
You're
right
making
now.
more money.
Yeah, exactly. Roku's long. So yeah, anytime you get a consolidation or a sideways movement, and then it pops, man, that's the damn time to hop in. That's your second entry or ad. You're exactly right. HD is it broke support, came back retested, now it's going back up. Let me show you on HD. Now Roku's long right this second, guys. HD. All right, same thing. All right, look here. If you're trying to teach somebody how to play gap ups or gap down, and you don't mention that price can fill 50%, then you don't play them. Period. I don't give a shit what you say. Gap ups fill about 50%. All right. Sometimes they'll fill all the way, but you've got to be aware of this 50%. All right. So if you're planning on taking this thing all the way down, you might get hurt. Novak's is short again as it breaks to the pivot on the 30. So it hit the first target, coming back down. Second target. Baidu's short, 212 down. Novak's going down. Myrna's going to be short right now. Myrna is short. High Delta puts here. Target, where's the target at? Open and the low. Yeah. All right, so HD here, it's coming back up. Target's always going to be the open. All right, hit the open, hit the target. Next target's high, right? And once it hits there and you get some kind of pullback or retest on that high, then it's long again. If I took this 2-2 here back up through this range, my target would have been, I've been taking profits at open. All right, it's safer. Look, it filled about 50% of the way before going back up. If you ever trade any kind of gap up or gap down, you need to know that. That way you're looking for any kind of weakness. On the 15-minute, HD pushed up, gapped up above the yesterday's high, retested, gone. Will it keep going? Probably will. Yeah. Starbucks is long. Now Starbucks already got there. HD's on the way. All right. So Starbucks broke the high. There's another entry into it. Roku still pushing here. Roku, don't you stop. Roku. I don't know if it's enough power to get there today, but 455 is target, and then actually the daily high. All right, let's look at Myrna real quick. Myrna, it's very important to take profits on the way. Nvidia's fixing to go 212 down. Oh shit, Netflix is what I've been watching for. Oh shit, consolidated right near the base. I called it yesterday. Netflix is short right now. Netflix is short. This thing could die here. Big 212 on it. Big one. Fuck, it's huge. Absolutely a monster. Absolutely monster. All right, if you look on the 60 for 2 days, it's set in the bottom 25% of range. The measured move is 505 by 540. It's about 35-hour measured move. When it breaks 505.18, you can re-enter into it if you're not in it yet. Nvidia's fixing to go short and across the 312 target is a low. Yeah, but Netflix, it's fixing to die here. We got to make sure it's not a fake out, but Starbucks is still pushing here. We got to make sure it's not expansion. So volume's starting to tick down just a hair. Novax is dying too. Ooh. Shop short. Look at that thing. I mean, this thing's dying on the month, the week 2 down, coming back through. Target 438.
Just do the basement where they sleep. And
Nvidia trying to go short, crosses 312. 15. HD hit target. Starbucks hit target. Now remember, Starbucks finished that pattern first, right? It worked. There's one. HD just finished the pattern. All right. It's the same pattern. They're very successful. Nvidia short target pivot low on 15. All right, let's pull up HD echo. I'm going to show you. I would have been out on the open. As soon as I hit the open, ultimate target's always going to be the high. All right. And then when we get confirmation above that, when it breaks above that, we get some kind of pullback through it. It's long again. We expect it to make new highs. It's trying to break 2 up. All right, Bob is trading sideways right now. Could go either way. Novak is still going. The video's almost a target here.
Microsoft long, Jerry.
Microsoft's long. Oh yeah. Well, I need to break that 288.60. We want to make a new high. It would be nice to catch that 2-2 back up to 288 though, for sure. HD's long. Starbucks still long here. Etsy's gonna be long. NFLX. Microsoft's that same pattern. It's a little bit more than 50%, but it's the same damn thing.
Tesla looks like it's going short.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. All right, NVIDIA hit target here. Netflix is still dying. Myrna's almost a target. Gosh. Novavax, guys. You better get you a piece of that. This is trying to go short here. Tesla that quick. Yeah, Tesla needs to break that thing there. Tesla's just been ugly as hell. It is throwing a short signal here, but it needs to go solid and red. So probably a 639 break. It's just a pain in the ass, man. Tesla's been a pain in the butt. If you look at it on the 60, it's stuck in a compound inside bar. You can still trade it. You know, I still trade it. Roku still just not stop. It's not stopping. Shit, Amazon's trying to break again. Amazon's the easy one to scalp.
Jerry, IWM short.
All right, IWM. Baidu short still. IWM. Oh yeah, sure is. Ooh, look at PMG down too. Nice one, Corey. Nice one. Got a big green candle to come down right here on the daily. It could easily see 212. Easily see 212. All right, Tesla's going to be short.
Amazon, get ready, Jerry. Back up, Amazon.
Yep. Thank you. HD going here.
Jerry.
Yep.
Everybody knows why is the bid higher than the ask?
On what? I don't know. It's weird.
On Zoom, the bid on the strike I have, it's 190 and the ask is 175.
What strike do you have?
I got 380 next week. Right now it's 180, 175.
I don't know. Crazy. Yeah, so did. I don't know, man. That's crazy to say or so long. You bought puts?
No, I bought calls.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Ford can answer that.
It's weird.
My old stock teacher used to say that when that happened, it was a trap and to leave it alone.
QQQ's going. I'm gonna hand her up. Yeah, Zoom looks very bearish. Unless you can bounce off that pivot. QQQ's trying to break. It did break, but it needs to break that 365.57. If it does, it'll keep on pushing here.
Yeah, we're pretty damn close to all-time highs in SPY, right?
Yeah, same thing. Yeah. I tell you what, this pattern right here, if you all get a chance this weekend, study this pattern on the higher time frames. It's pushing two. I asked to make scans that founders right here. 2 month, 2 up month. You wait on it to pull back, all right? You wait on the dip. You wait on the bottom. As soon as you get confirmation on the 4 hour and you hit it, target's gonna be the high for the pullback. And if you look at SPY, you can look at SHOP. All right, SHOP hit it. There are all kinds of them that look just like that. Okay. Some's not
Amazon.
completed. Some on the way. Yeah, Amazon. Okay, now let's look at Amazon, actually. It's on its way back up. Is it gonna hit the high? Hell yeah, it's gonna hit it. Right. 2 month, two up month, pull back. It's on its way back up. You talking about a swing. Yeah, we'll go to 37.73. This is it. That's 110, $120 away. Actually breaking right now. They will come back up. This pattern will repeat over and over and over. They're buying the month. All right, Etsy, here's the same pull. Here's the same thing here. But really, Amazon looks better, you know, because it's got a 2 up, 2 a month. Now there's a 2 up on Etsy with a Momo hammer, which is great. So if this one failed and these others failed that don't look as strong, you bet your ass Amazon's gonna go. That's why I'm so watching it. I'm long Amazon still. So it's consolidation breaker here in 5 minutes. Why it popped. So see how it consolidated for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 counts. Longer consolidation, bigger break. Even if it consolidates on the 5 minute, it's important. This damn thing will get to the high, without a doubt. I believe it with everything that's in it. It'll get to 37.73. How long it takes to get there, I don't know. But you know, that's a PMG right there. And a lot of times I've seen them a bunch of times take those stops out when they're that tight in one day. I know it's possible. Starbucks. These gap ups and gap downs are so easy to apply. So easy to apply. All right. Gapped up, pulled back, ran up a little bit. I didn't want to play with it just yet because it's just a cheaper sticker. But when it came back down, 2 up, you could have took it with a target being here. I didn't take it. I went for the break of the high. But they're just easy. Roku's still going here. You can literally target gap up and gap down to play those at open. Roku's still pushing here inside currently. If it breaks 450.65, it'll be long again. CRWD's inside up. T2 back up. Yeah. So there's a consolidation here. Breaks consolidation, pushes up again. And really, it's a 2-1-2. And there's a break retest on the 30. So let me show you. Right here is inside. All this is inside the chop. See how really tight it is? Beautiful. There's a 2, a 1, a 2. Measure move. Let me look at it. It don't get any cleaner than that. There's a 2. It goes inside. There. And this candle here is your measure move candle. So let's see. I can tell you where it's going to go. 256 or 255. 264. Go back down there. So it's $9 away. 264. 6. 273 is target. So damn, the top of my $1,000. Now with measure moves, you got to always allow for time and those. So we're getting some shooters on Tesla, NVIDIA, Novak. Shop hit target there if you took it short. It's a 2-1-2 down. You took it short when it broke consolidation here. The target ultimately being a little bit that. But you never want to hold. If I got a target, I'm usually taking profits for it this thing. We sit and we wait. Yeah, Zoom's going short. Yeah, Zoom's short. Target's going to be this 348 level. Unfortunately, it is short. And really, Zoom's been really clean. It is making lower highs on the week, so you got to look at that. It's kind of sideways on the month. Could it still curl up here and make a new high? It could. When they start doing that, okay, it's in the lower. It's made 3 lower highs here. Right now, it's kind of chopping sideways. It's pulling back the downside here, so it could go to 273 if it wants to. It could. This could just be a pullback to the upside on the weekly. So when you're looking at things, you got to decide from Carvana's going to be short if it breaks the low here. Roku's not stopping today. So let's look at this. All right, it's made 3 lower highs. All right, it's chopping right here. It's a sideways movement. It could do one of 2 things here. It's starting to push up. It could this could be a pullback to the upside. There's a pretty good stretch there. It needs a rest. It could be a pullback to the upside, the target being a pivot high. Or this could be a new low. And well, hell, it can come on down. Double bottom, pull back up, whatever. You want to kind of see where it is in relation to the trend. On the monthly, it's chopping. So if that is a lower high and it's coming back, we got a couple pullbacks to the downside here. So you got 1, 2. That confirms it's in a downtrend. I like to see it, start to. It'd be nice if it's a pullback to the upside, and if it holds support right here, pretty good support level right here. I like to see it bounce right there. So break this area, retest it, and go higher. If it starts to bounce here, your first target's going to be the bodies and the wick, and then the wick, body. We're always targeting the pivots. The video's fixing to go short here on a Momo shooter to the downside.
It's like Starbucks had a little TTO pushing back up.
Little Momo hammer, so cute. CRWD broke. Netflix trying to come back up. Netflix retest that pivot low on the 60 or on the 15. Come back down. All right. If you look at the 15 on the video, there's a shooter. It's sitting right on top of that pivot, so it could double bottom here and then go right back up. So I'll be looking at that today too. Right now on the 60, this whole thing is sideways. So whenever you're looking at, you need to look at all the time frames. You got to be able to see. I was talking to somebody about this last night. You need to be able to look at the month, the week, the day, the 4 hour, and see if you can put it together and see the bigger picture of this stuff. You can actually see into the future. You can actually see where the price is going, where it's heading to from past patterns and stuff. Now, if you're going to start reading it and try to look, where it's going, then you want to focus on higher time frames, the month and the week that's got smooth price action. And I'll show you a few examples here in a second. But man, once that was one of the biggest things that helped me is being able to interpret all time frames to see where price is going in the future. It could be the near-term future, it could be the future later in the week. There goes Roku. Anyway, NVIDIA here. This is all sideways. Okay, it's all sideways. As long as NVIDIA is inside this range here, you got to be so careful. You got to be so careful. All right, you can get your butt handed to you. Now, there's about $6 or $7 we made in there, but it's stuck right in the middle too. All right, so this is sideways. You got to be real careful.
Say on CRWD, it just broke through some resistance that I had. charted, do you wait for a retest?
Yeah, it's longer at the second.
I missed the
Are you
move
long?
there.
Oh yeah, you gotta wait now. Yeah, you gotta wait on a pullback, otherwise you're chasing it. And it's not like me's gonna sell you a big ass contract.
Look at
Roku's
that
long.
thing.
Yeah. Anytime something consolidates, the longer it consolidates, the bigger the break, and I'll show you on the 15.
CRWD just broke the week, I mean, the daily pivot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the longer it consolidates, the bigger the break. So we can see it right here on the 15. You see it on the 62, but it's just consolidation. It's really tight. So remember this pattern. The tighter consolidation, the longer it is, the more test, the stronger the breakout. So really, if you look at it, it breaks out here. There's your retest. Now it's gone. It also consolidated again right here as the breakout.
Gosh, I could have got in at the break of that red candle in the middle.
Yep. Every time it breaks the high, it's long. Every single time. Yeah. Let's look at that.
I wonder why it's doing so well today. I wonder if it's because of the cyber attacks yesterday.
I don't know. Personally, I don't
Oh my
care
gosh, look at that
why
thing.
it's moving. I just know that it's I just play the candle. I don't care. I could care less about news. Look at the volume increase on it too. Look at Roku. See the volume increase on Roku? Roku's so clean. You got a couple nice pullbacks on it. And look at the bodies. The candles are getting larger and larger as the volume increases.
Terry, I was asking, do you think we could see 462.99 today?
Roku?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah. There's nothing to stop it from coming up all these big red. Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's nothing to stop it, man. The big red candles. Amazon's still pushing up slowly here. Yeah, there's nothing in the world to stop it.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Flip in
HE just
15
broke out.
seconds. Starbucks is triggered again.
Yep. Yep. Starbucks looks good. HE looks good. CRWD looks good. Roku looks good. All right, we need to keep an eye on Netflix here too. It did retest. Yeah, Starbucks one of them slow grinders. Now it tends to kind of slow off around the level, so be careful. All right, so if we look at Netflix here, it's short right this second, target being 504.66, the low of the day. So and take this right quick. So it's chopped. I mean, and remember, the longer price consolidates, the bigger the break. All right, so this thing has been chopping for a couple of days in a really tight range. So the tighter the range, the switcher the move. It's just, I can't explain it, but it's just a better move. All right, if it's all over the place, you know, it's still relevant, but anyway. So this thing consolidates, it chops sideways for 2 days. It finally breaks out. It has a pretty good break. Now it's coming down. It's retesting and it's trying to come back down. As long as it can hold, if this acts as resistance here, it'll eventually give up trying to go higher and go back down. But still, there's no trade until it breaks the low here. If it starts to come back up through this range right here, I'd like to see at least a retest and then a bounce. We'll take it when it crosses the high, the target being the pivot high. I really don't like it in this range here because there's so much stuff that can stop this from being smooth. So anytime that you break out of consolidation, it's better. It's like a blue skies, really. Right? Now there's candles here and there's candles up here, but it's smoother. Price can move a lot smoother in this area. You try to come back through this range here, anything can happen. All right, anything can happen. That's why it's best. Anytime price breaks out of consolidation, it's better. Roku's long again here. And NVIDIA's trying to tutu back up as it bounces off the pivot. Tesla's trying to curl just a hair. So anytime you look at these tickers, guys, look at the curl. Roku's parabolic. You can see it start to curl just a hair. I'll pull it up in a second. The volume, the bars will get smaller. It's still going, crowd's still going. Roku nonstop, moved $29 today. Beast mode. Hell yeah, it can get up to the daily high, hit at 462, 463. And look, just like these other ones, Roku's a swing, target 486. I mean, you got a two up, pin hammer. All right, this thing's going up. And look, when it breaks 486.72, it's really going to go because it's been consolidating for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 months. All right. You have 9 months consolidation, you're going to have a big break on your hands. But if you want to see a break, let's look at Amazon. The higher time frame, the consolidation break, Amazon's fixing to be long here again. If you're not in it, for a scalp. Amazon, I'm telling you, could go back to the high, all-time highs today. But if you look at Amazon right here on the daily, we were sitting here waiting when it broke the month. It broke the month right here to this price on the pivot. The pivot marked the break of the month at 35.52. We were ready when it broke. And when it broke, this damn thing ran. It ran at like 120, 130 bucks one day. Yeah. And it comes back and retests. Now it's going back up, right? So the more things, the more confirmations you have, the price is going to push up. The more confidence it gives you to enter. All right, Shopify, I might try to go back down here. You might want to start covering on Roku, tighten your stops up a little bit. It is extended. Could it still see the high of the day? It can, but it's going to pull back. There's going to be some profit taking here in a few minutes. I guarantee it. Amazon's starting to chop a little bit. Consolidate right here at 36.58. All right. So there's no trade right now until it breaks that high. Ooh, Tesla's trying to go short here. As it makes me low, 5 minute or 15 minutes. All right, see, consolidate near the base of the 5 minute here. There's a flat top there, or a flat bottom support level at 639.27. If it crosses 639, it'll be short. It's currently 2-1 on the 60. It's inside 15. Oh, this is a chop. That's all there is to it. Chop sideways, the longer it chops, the bigger the break. So 130, thank you so much. Should get it.
Facebook's looking good today too. I think we missed it, but it's looking good.
Thank you.
Yeah, Facebook, it kind of gapped up and now I think it's holding it.
Yeah, I'll talk to you about the gap place here in just a second.
Jerry, Spy's ready to go right now.
Ooh, nice. QQQ broke that pivot on the 60, is retesting it right this second. Amazon trying to come down. NVIDIA breaks the low, it's short. Tesla breaks the low, it's short. Baidu breaks the low, it's short. Myrna breaks the low, it's short. All we're doing is breaking highs and lows all day, every day. I mean, that's all you're really in now. A 212 could be 1 bar, it could be 2 candles, it could be 3 candles, it could be 100 candles. We break the low, it's short. That's all there is to it. Really. That's really all there is to it. Short. Yeah, target on Roku is 462.99. The high, the pivot highs on the daily. Yeah. So Roku, Etsy, CRWD, you should be covering or at least tighten your stops out. I'm telling you, they're exhausted. And it's like a gut feeling. Every time I say that, this thing will drop $3 or $4 bucks. So it's from the more screen time, you can kind of see how the market average goes. You kind of know what's going to happen when it happens. 130.
Corey, this is the overnight high for ES or no?
Say it again.
Is this the overnight high for the ES?
Let me
Futures?
look. Let me look. Yes, yes.
All right, so we'll hopefully look for some acceptance above this. That would be nice move.
Q's just took out the high. SPY took out the high.
Nice.
VIX starting to fall. And SOXL is a 2-2 up, so that's starting to get the semis going.
Yeah, every short. is gonna-
Apple just took out the high, but it's approaching yesterday's daily high.
Yeah, every short's gonna be underwater in one more tick on the ES, because that was
Twitter's
the
fixing to be long.
I
Twitter's
noticed
long
those
target
flips.
73.34.
They use those flips. They like go up right after, and then they pull back a little, and then about 10 minutes after the flip, then they turn around, and go right back up.
Amazon's
Yeah.
long here.
you might get a good move if they're, this was the highest anyone could ever shorted it. So if they need to cover.
Shop. Shop wants to try to 2-2 back up. If it doesn't quickly come up this big red candle.
Hey, look at that Google. It did it too.
Come on up. Or Google. Oh yeah, Google just broke the validation of 5 minute up. Nice. It's got a beautiful chart on it. It's got one of the nicest, cleanest charts there is. Starbucks still pushing again.
Tesla reports Monday.
Tesla's been garbage. Absolutely garbage. Starbucks still pushing. CRW coming all the way back down.
You had to hit that daily pivot and goodbye.
Oh. I like good. Gotta be careful in it because there's not much volume. It could take a few seconds to get out. Actually, take a few minutes. Yeah, so CRWD, push your top down. Nice move up. Why it's important to put the stops up tight. Especially when it gets close to exhaustion. And Roku's still strong here, but boy, I'd still tighten my stops up.
Yeah, it looks like they're buying the Qs and the SPY and not really the diamonds.
Nice.
And they're definitely not buying IWM, the small caps. They're more selling those.
XLF, it's 2-2 up on the 30. It looks like they're starting to buy that now.
Lockheed Martin's going on. Lockheed Martin's fishing go long here. Target 385. I like Lockheed Martin.
NVIDIA on the 15's got tweezers. Looks like it could fall back down.
Yeah, and it breaks that short. It's short. Tesla's short right now as it breaks consolidation to the downside.
Well, Tesla's puking. It's down on the low. It's short right now.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, sir. Consolidation on the 5 minutes. You show it. Looks like Novax. Novax breaks the low, short. NVIDIA breaks the low, short. Myrna breaks the low, short for gap fill. Body breaks the low, it's short. Baba's fixing to break the low at short. Baba. Baba. So Baba's consolidating right here, sitting right on top of that pivot on the 62. You'll be aware of that. You look at the month, 212 down, continuation. Big shooter on the week, man. This thing's ready to just die. I mean, it's very bearish. Gap down this morning. Back up and back down. It could see. It's possible to see 198. I don't know if it'll see it today, but it could. It comes down here. It will be short under 203.50.
Tesla right now is
Short.
touching a weekly low, Jerry.
Gotcha. Shopify short here, guys. Yeah. You're getting these big tickers, you need to scalp them. Okay, so if you look on the daily, man, it's kind and the weekly, it's
I'd be careful though. It's hitting the weekly low. So with that broadening formation, that could do.
On the 60, it's got room at 620. Tesla. Yeah, its next target is going to be the pivot low on the daily for Tesla. First target's going to be 630 and 623. 312 down 4 hour, Momo shooter down. It's going down. There, they did get all that candle all the way back. Galaxy's trying to go short. Test is going to be shorter, add to it here. Gotcha. The video's trying to go short. Shot breaks daily lows and be short. You see Docu right here on the higher time frame. It's sitting right on top of the pivot on the 60, but it's making lower highs, lower lows. But it wants to. There is a pivot on the 4 hour at 300, so that'd be target. It's been in a pretty good uptrend here, so if it does break through, it could retest and then go higher. It's not going to die anytime soon, but it's a good scalp. Bob is really trying. Bob is bounce. Stay here. It breaks through that 60 pivot and really go lower. I mean, it's been dying on the higher time frames. NVIDIA, what you all doing? I'm gonna be looking at short rope here in a second. Let's scalp it at least. We get to roll over on Roku, or it's either one. Roku short right now. It could quickly come back down. I'm talking about quickly come back down. Target's going to be 444.
Are you getting this week's puts or next week's?
next week. HD trying to go again. Wow, it's so close to breaking. Yeah, Roku, if you look on the 5-minute, those really tight green candles, it makes it go down quicker, closer. It's so tight in there. You quickly take them stops out. Looks like the first level of resistance, there's one at, or support, 447.20. There's another good one at 441.70. It's gonna be a scalp. Arthur, the reason I was short a stock that strong is I'm scalping it. I'm scalping the pullback. So I'm doing. There will be profit taken on it. It will go short. It's not going to puke. I can guarantee you that. But we can short that quick move down. I'll show you. FIS is trying to break consolidation right here. The upside, it gapped up this morning, chopping sideways. It can see 150. FIS, longer consolidation, a bigger break. Volume is decreasing, so you got to be careful on this one. So close to 11. One more pick again. They picked him up slowly. So that was going on too. All right, let's look at Arthur. Let's look at CRWD right quick. Now this thing was strong as hell, right? Pretty strong. Pushing up, pushed up there today, consolidation sideways, broke. We had a nice break. We can definitely take that to the upside. I think this ticker's so strong it'll find some support probably around 266, and it can continue back up. So at this point, we'll start looking for 2-2 back up, target being 270, 263. But you can definitely short these, right? For a scalp. You're not in them for a long time. Just collect a bit of money, right? And so that's about $5 or $6 move right there. And Roku could quickly move, $4 or $5 down. So it might not, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of iffy here, but it could chop sideways and go high again. Who knows? But the stop's clear. Your stop's at 456, 57. If it makes a new high, you're stopped out. That's all I'm doing. So pretty good risk to reward. I'm going to set an alert right at, actually I'm going to place my stop at 453.60. Guess I'm going to shoot her down here. HD broke. Carvana, if it breaks the pivot, you can go up higher. Oh shit, Netflix are missing it. Damn, it's trying to come back through range there. I'm not interested in it. Well, we'll look at it. Netflix is long right this second, 507. That's about $7 or $8 though. Let's look at it. Test is short here, add to your position. Or do whatever you want with it. No, HD long, or why not trying to come back through range? Okay, there's another pivot here. So it could break and it could retest that. So that'd be your first target. Netflix is long. It could PMG up here quickly. All right, we're just trying to push back up here. It's come down nicely. SPY's pushing up here. SPY's long. 230 up. All-time highs. I can get you a target on SPY. The measure move target here. I'll show you. So I'm breaking a retest. That's a measured move. I'll show you how you can measure it. All right. So here's the high before it starts to pull back. You're going to measure from the high, the highest candle to the full, from the where it starts to pull back to the pivot. $423, $438. So $15 roughly. So the target's going to be $15 on top of that. So 438, 48, 453. 453 is a measure move target on it. Of course, you got to add time with any measure move, but that's the target. 453. So
Gary, one of your favorites is going low. It broke the 60-minute and the 4-hour pivot.
Nice. And with HD broke this too. Pfizer still pushing up here. Target is pivot high on the 60. Just slow. You gotta get next week's calls. Let's take a look at the lows. Let me some lows. Ooh, lows looks good. Let's look at the higher time frames right quick. Yeah.
It looks like it consolidated on the weekly. Looked like it can bust up, go up to 215.
Yeah, look at the daily. The longer consolidation, bigger the break. So this thing could really move today. It's a really, really, really tight consolidation here. There's a compound inside bar there. It tested it once. Now it finally broke through on this one. This thing could rip.
Yeah, it's been sort of 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks sort of chopping around. Finally broke through that chop on 4 weeks. And
also, it's got a big red candle to come up on the weekly, so if you quickly see 209, breaks that $200 level, it could go another $1 or $2 real quick. Carvana is long, target is 338.88.
that might be a good swing for next week. What do you think, Lo?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
That used to be your favorite when I first joined you.
Yeah, I like those. Those are HD.
202.50 calls are only 3 cents.
Yeah, they're so cheap.
What happened? Was that Nathan?
Somebody's talking about the calls, the 215 call. No, the Lowe's calls are cheap if, you know, or well priced, I guess. And somebody else said that too, I think.
Yeah.
Where you been, Nathan? Vacation?
Yeah, I was on vacation and then work. The past week, I've been stuck on site with no really good internet access. So.
Yeah, we missed you.
I missed you too, but I was having fun golfing on vacation and in the ocean with the kids. So you got to do that every once in a while.
Did they all spend your money? Remember last time
Every
you said you had
last
to
bit
make
of it.
money? Pardon?
Every last bit of it, but I made some that one day I was in, so I think I paid for the vacation plus some.
MA's still moving here.
Dexcom is at all-time highs. Somebody said that in the chat, Dexcom, DXCM.
What about Twitter for a swing long?
Dexcom got a Momo hammer 60 up. It's breaking out consolidation. This thing consolidated at 451, 453 for a for a couple of weeks. It's got a pretty chart. It's breaking out a month too. Damn. DXC, yeah, man, it's right up my alley. If it breaks above 458, it's gonna be long again. Pulling back right here. Beautiful ticker. I'm gonna actually add it to my chart. I like it so much. When the longer consolidation, the bigger break. CRWD hit target here. And especially when they break those monthlies, my gosh, man. Now, if I
Yeah,
remember
Nicole?
correctly, that's Freddie.
Nicole mentioned that a couple days ago to you.
Did she? Oh,
Yep.
I must have been focused on something else. Sorry about that. HD still going here. Let's take a look at Twitter. Currently inside, right smack in the middle of the inside. It could. It couldn't. It just had earnings, so you gotta be careful with that too. I would wait till it cleared the daily pivot, which is marked with this high here. It needs to clear at least 73.20. And if it clears that, I would think about swinging it then. And the first target, it could easily come up this big red candle on the weekly. 78.54 would be target on it, and then 80, $81. But it needs to break that high. Right now, it's making lower highs. It's stuck. If you look at the 60 track, dead center of this thing. So right now, there's no trade on it. Starts making higher highs. Of course, the target would be 73.34. So if it breaks 72.32, it'd be long target 72.34.
Jerry McDonald's, it just broke the weekly big time. Look at that. It's a beautiful chart. It's been a big consolidation back to July of last year.
The VAX trying to go short right now. HD just went long again, add to the position. HQ's rolling over here. Roku coming on down. Bullshit. NetVax is short here. Target pick at 60. McDonald's. Tesla breaks the low again. The day again is going to be short. McDonald's, dang, she's gonna rip her. Ooh. The break retest the month. Nice.
Look at that. Look at that weekly. Man, that weekly just boom.
That thing's gorgeous, isn't it? Nice tight consolidation break. On the month, it's a break and a retest, basically. Breaking out of that daily. She's gone. We get a pullback. Anytime something's moving like this, guys, you got to wait on at least. You got to wait on the pullback to get in it, and it doesn't matter if the pullback's on a 1 minute chart. You just need some kind of pullback to get in it. So when it crosses 244, it should be long. It's 11 o'clock, so things are going to start chopping. Novak's this short here, guys. HD still pumping. Intel just popped up on my scan. Ooh, look at Intel. There's a 2-1 setting up for 212 down. as it consolidates right here on the 5-minute. Long consolidation, we're gonna break. It's in a downtrend. It's breaking the weekly. It's basically 2-on-2 month. You know, it says 222 out there. That's close enough to inside. That's 2-on-2 down. Breaking weekly right now. Comes down. As soon as it breaks the low, so as soon as Intel breaks 52.70, it's gonna be short. And there's one hell of a measure move right there too. A measure moves on it. Could be a 30, 60, or a 15. I like taking a 15, more realistic, 53. About $1.50 for $2.
Harry, on a 15-minute chart, if TTD, it did like a 2-1-2 on a 15. If it goes 2 again here, would you look to get back in it or not really? Not until it clears that 82 today.
Let me see. Hold on. Starbucks breaks the high to be long again. I'll add to it TTG. Wayfair tries to go long, breaks consolidation. TTD still is curling up. Yeah. So it's, if you look on the it's inside, but it's right in the center on the 60 here. It's wedging, so it's making a flag. The flag's right in the center of the damn thing. So you gotta be careful with it. It's testing the daily. It's rejected so far. You gotta be real careful with this one. It's trying to make a higher high, but it's on the weekly, it's a lower low, but on the month, it's a Momo hammer up. It could start to come back through. Right now, it's chopping sideways right in the middle. Your safest bet is when it crosses the $82 level.
All right, yeah, that's what I figured you were gonna say. I was just, I'm always looking to cheat. So that purple line you have drawn there, I was like, I could take a shot and have a tight stop.
Now, if you were going to take it long and try to get to the 81.7 level, the risk reward's really not there. You know what I'm saying?
And that's why you wait. That's why you wait for it to clear the high, and then
yeah. Now, say from where this consolidation is at 80.50. If it was 80.50 and the daily high was $3 or $4 away, then you could definitely take it. HD's ripping here. You could take it as soon as it breaks consolidation with the target being the day's high. But there's not really enough in there right now to even take a chance. If it starts to roll over, it will take the high. But it's just safer. It's just safer breaking the high. Etsy's breaking here, which could bring Roku with it. I'm down $15 on Roku. Myrna's breaking gap filling right now. Myrna's short for gap fill. It could happen really quickly. Tesla fish to go short again or add to it. Roku still, it's making lower highs here. It needs to break out if it's going to go long. The thing is, it needs to break at least 456.70 or 80 before you take it. Still don't trust to go long.
Either way it goes, Roku was the call of the day by you, man. I'm telling you, you made a ton of money. Oh my God. And even when you sold it that first time, you still made a ton of money. You can get back in it. I mean, it just shows everybody your process is really working.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's what we do, every single day, basically. Every single day. Yeah, shop.
So even
Amazon.
Yeah, even people with small accounts, you can do that on Roku. You're scalping the first half hour, right? You made your money. And then look, the first half hour is gone. You can get back in right on that rev strat. I mean, it works every day.
That's it, yeah. So what I like to do is I'll scalp the open. And I'm talking about, I'm not even in them for a minute or two, sometimes not even 20 or 30 seconds. And what I'm doing is I'm building me a cushion up really fast. So I'm hitting them really fast. So after 10 o'clock, 10:30, I can actually sit back, take a breath, relax, and pick only the best tickers. Because you've already made your money for the day. Now I can sit back and be really picky on what I'm going to take. Yeah. Roku Momo Hammer 60 here. I was hoping it went short there. It still could. Right now it's chopping sideways, even though it's trying to break. If it's going to break the high here, it needs to break about at least 20 or 30 cents. Let's look at volume. Volume's decreasing on it. It could be a false break. If it breaks it by 20, 30 cents, so like 456.80, it'll take it long, man. I think they're gonna try to trap you right here, but who knows? Who was asking about Twitter a second? I want to show you something.
I was.
Okay, or somebody's talking about if they could take it. I'm going to show you right here on Roku. This is basically what we were looking at on Twitter. So on Twitter, it was chopping sideways right in this range, right below the high here. Now, when it crossed, when it broke the consolidation right here, your target would have been the high of the candle. All right, that's your target. Now, as soon as it got close to target, you should be selling it. All right. Now it worked out right here in Roku, and then you sell it, and then once it breaks it, and then gives you a pullback, you can re-enter the second time. And the reason that's your target, and you need to take your money when it gets up there, is because it can touch it, and then pull right back down and start chopping sideways again. But there was only like $1.50 in there, so which is not much if it failed. But this is the same exact setup right here that they're looking at on Twitter. So it breaks that chop. Your target's the high. As it breaks it, you're going to look for another entry back into it. Let's clear this and bring up Twitter.
They're really buying the SPY today and the Qs still. And then now I guess the diamonds are coming up a little bit too. So it's looks like a risk on type day.
Yeah. So Twitter, here's that consolidation right here. From here down. It actually started from here down. So you would take it when it breaks the consolidation, with the target being the high. So you would take profits as it got close to that. But there's not really enough money to be made in this area right here. So it did break it here. All right. It came back and retested now. You would take it as soon as it crossed this level right there. We were stopped 10 cents below it because we know that price expands on these levels. All right. So even there's price expansion on minor support resistance, as well as there's expansion on these to the upside and the downside. And the reason you got to be aware of that is because price can push up and then wick back down. All right, reject some bear or bull trap. And also price can, we see right here, you would take it when it crossed this level here. All right, it broke it, came back up. The reason your stop is 10 cents below this is because price can come back down, wick down, and then go back up. The target's going to be here. But there's just not enough money to be made right here. So it's best just to wait. So your target, your profit target's this area right here. Here, and here. HC still going.
Hey Jerry, what do you think about LLY?
Oh, you gotta be so careful in there. LLY moves, it's moving right now, but I'm telling you what, the spreads are so crazy in this damn thing. One day it was moving, it moved up like $2 or $3 on me, and the spread was so wide on this small ticker, man. I'd be up $80, and then I'd be down to $20, and then it'd be up 60, and then down to 25. So when I try to limit out, man, it just wouldn't limit me out. And by the time I got out, I was still green, but it was so hard to get out on these things.
Okay, thanks. I'll pass.
Yeah, I would. I really would. It's just one of those tickers that's just so crazy. They're cheap and it does move consistently, but you got to be so damn careful with those things. It is breaking right now to the upside. So it broke on the 60. It tested. All right. So it held consolidated around the top of this pivot and it's breaking right this second. But man, it's hell to get out. It's really hell. It's HTs ain't gonna stop. Where she going, boys? 30, 45, 69. Yeah. So we called this on a swing. And again, you know, this pattern here is the same pattern that you would see on a 5 minute, 15, 30, 60. The only thing that separates these patterns is time and price. That's it. It's the only thing that separates them. So something that would play out in the 10 minutes on the 5 minute chart could take, you know, 2 or 3 weeks on the weekly chart. But here's the pattern. It's pushed up. Look here. Retest. It's going. And if you look at the daily on a lot of these tickers, it's the same pattern. So here's the pattern right here on the weekly. So let me go in Amazon. They'll get there, they just take time. Carvana's breaking back above pivot and come back up to 238. So let's pull up the
Jerry, Twitter's doing a cradle trade.
nice. All right, so there's this. I left the pattern up there from the weekly on Home Depot, and so here's a break and a retest. Comes up, retest it, now it's going back up. Same pattern. These patterns are the same. The only thing that separates that pattern is time. Roku's fixing to be long.
Is Tesla gonna be long or no?
Yeah, Tesla's, let me pull it up right quick. It looks like it's gonna be long, target, pivot, low.
You're at VWAP right now, Jerry.
Ooh, okay, take a look at that.
Yeah, it probably looks like it's gonna go sideways.
Tesla breaks. $643 is long. And target 647.63. I don't trust Roku. Carvana's long though. Been long. Is he breaking?
Microsoft going.
Microsoft. Look at it.
And SOXL on a 15 minutes got big candle going, working its way right back up.
Man, it's fire ripping. Yeah, Microsoft is long. Good job.
Yeah, if they can get these. Yeah, if they can get these semis going, this will really bring the market up too.
Nice.
Along with Amazon and Google. I mean, they're just buying a bunch of stuff right now.
Well, yeah. I really want to get back in Amazon. SPY's long right now. On that pullback to the upside. AC's long. AC's got to pull back. If it pulls back up to the top side, be a good spot to get in. I'm looking to take Amazon and shot back up. 0 DTE high deltas. So look here, Shopify breaks right here. It's gonna be long. 1610.
Hey, Jerry, what about deer, DE for a swing? If you could, whenever you get a chance, not a big deal.
The video's bouncing off that base, trying to come back up. Shopify is long right now. First target 1613, 1617. The video is trying to go long. Oh shit, man, I know this Amazon here. I'm just scalping these guys. Shop Amazon, there's scalps. Strictly scalps.
PayPal, Jerry, PayPal just broke.
Awesome, thank you. Amazon to PMG back up to 36.57 pretty quickly. All out of Shopify.
Apple's
Good
approaching
work, PMG.
yesterday's high.
Nice. If I get another pullback on Shopify, I'll get back in. I'm not looking for a bunch of money on Shop. I'm just scalping it. So we hit the first target. Second target on this thing is going to be 1617, possible 1621. If I get a pullback on it, I'll hop back in it. The video's coming back up here. It held support on the 15-minute pivot, trying to come back up. The video could come back up to 197 today and then 199. It really could. It's been holding support. So you see it right
Yeah,
there.
look at that 5-minute candle on NVIDIA. It's huge.
NVIDIA's long right now. NVIDIA long. SQ broke through, retesting pivot high on the 15-30 minute. First target on the video is 194.50. There is resistance there, and the point of control sitting right there.
Starbucks going.
Starbucks is a beast, man. HD formed a small hammer. If it breaks the high, it'd be long again.
Yeah, it's a
Ooh.
slow, strong beast, so it's good for small accounts. You don't have to gut it out, I guess.
I tried. Starbucks is super cheap. And if you look on the higher time frames, it's beautiful. Usually if I got something on my screens, it's got a beautiful clean chart on it. UNH is coming up right here. If it breaks right here, target's going to be the high. And this thing right here can move pretty good too. There's a lot of traps out there still, guys. It's after 11. If you do take something long, keep a really tight stop on it, and I would suggest taking a profit on it pretty quickly. There goes Shop again. I still see Shop comes back up and hits 1621 and keeps going. All right, Shop breaks above 1615, 1616, be long. We're gonna target 1621 this time. Stop, bud. She's a grinder. There goes the video. There's an ad on the video. Or a chance to get in it. You know, in it. You won't let it cross the high. Netflix coming through range. Yeah, Netflix looks good. Yeah. Netflix, same thing. Target pivot high. Breaks the high to be long. Target 511.62 and 513.45. You know, hopefully it comes back up. Boy, I tell you what, if it gets above 514.50, it can quickly come up to 525. Starbucks. UNH the target. Oh shit, we missed fast spell. What the hell? I'm sitting here looking right at it. I've got to cross my screens because the upper time frames is just gorgeous. See that Momo hammer on a weekly? And well, so little extended now. Breaks above 421.30, belong again. Can't even miss that. HD trying to go back up. Small Momo hammer. SQ broke retest. Long. Crowd is broke and is retesting the pivot on the 30 right this second. Zoom 2-2 back up. 2-2-30. Shopify.
Illuminous successfully tested that pivot the first time.
Nice. Yes, nice.
Roku is just nonstop.
She's a beast. A little Momo hammer now. Breaks. Should break 459. Should be long again. I got stopped out on that short. I was up a few bucks on it. I learned more though. I stopped that at $15. Down 15. I'm a loser. Starbucks again. HD's long. Momo hammer up. 15.
Gary, check out BZUN. Broker just double downgraded it. Look at that thing fall.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Ooh, target on it's going to be 26 and then 22. That might be good for a swing. I tell you what, they're dumping. The volume is up 1,000% on this candle.
You know what happens is that they're just killing all those Chinese stocks. That's why don't go long on any of those things.
Gosh.
Facebook is breaking. If you look at it on the 5 and the 15, you can see it's real strong today. It was strong last. Yeah. It was strong last night too, but it's real strong right now.
Yeah, man, that weekly looks gorgeous down it.
NVIDIA's going.
Back up 2 rounds. Yeah, NVIDIA's nice. Yeah, NVIDIA's on. Or add to it here, guys.
Looks like Roku went long again, Jerry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good add point here. Facebook looks good. It's a 2-1-2. They consolidated right here on the 5-minute. See it on the 15. 2-1-2 up. Facebook long. And NVIDIA is long too.
I'm long Netflix right now too. Netflix is looking real good.
Yeah. Zoom's 2-2 back up as well. UNH hit target. Actually got a little small Momo hammer. Roku needs a break. Roku's trying to. Adobe's breaking. Damn, there's so much shit moving. Pick your poison. Adobe 2, shot sideways, breaks out. 2-1-2 up. Adobe looks good because of the higher time frame. Shopify is long. If it breaks the high, it's going to keep going.
Apple's challenging yesterday's high to see if it could break out.
Man, Spies is not stopping.
Yep, and here comes the flip too. Let's see if it continues.
Man. All right, that's 3 tests on the high on Shopify. 1620 is that magic number. Breaks down. See 1621. The video, we're going to target the pivot high. I'm so surprised Amazon's not moving today.
You and me both.
I figured it'd be one of the strongest stocks today. Right?
Yep, I had a nice position in it. I swung it overnight, but it pulled back so many times. I finally exited, got out green.
On Amazon, yeah, it's nice. It was good this morning.
No, I know, but I was holding because it kept pulling back because I thought it was going to be strong like you, but I just finally am like, it wasn't. So I got out on that second candle.
Nice, green's green.
Nice one there, John, especially holding it overnight. Good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
Sam Adams, SAM, is down 200 points today, 215 right now. It might gap fill.
Ooh, be nice. Yeah, so be long over 748. Let's press now. Damn, this thing died. Go up a bit. Well, I'll tell you what, it's gonna be long over 735 and target the high today. 735. That's the high today. Yeah, the high today's 743. So it's about $10 or $12 right there. Yeah. So if it breaks the high right now, because it's got a Momo hammer coming up on the gap downs and the gap ups, same thing. We always target the open and then the high. It'll be $10 right there. Because it's curling. Look on the 15, it's curling right back up. Good job, good find.
Yeah, Eric noticed that.
Oh, that's good. The video, there's an ad to it. I think the video comes back up and sees the high today. It's the open. Open's always going to target. All right, so somebody's asking more information about the gap ups and the gap downs. So on a gap down, I like the gap downs better than I do like the gap ups. It's just trying to break again. But here, let me pull this 15-minute chart up. I'll tell you how to really play a gap up or gap down. The real way. All right, this thing gapped down this morning. All right, what you do is you want to wait on a base. Okay, if you're brand new, wait on it to find a base and it starts to curl. You'll see it start. You can actually see it curling here. All right, when you get confirmation that it's reversing, you've got 2 targets, and that's the open and the high. All right, so you want to take profits when it gets close to the high of the open. All right, and then after it starts to break, you get a pullback. You want to take it on the break of the high before the pullback, and you're going to target the gap fill. But when it's gap filling, you gotta count if there's any pivots along the way. I don't know if you use pivots or not, but you're going to target those first, and then the lowest hanging candle before the gap fill, you got to target that as well. So sometimes it'll come right to that and then bounce. So once you target that, it breaks through there. The next one is going to be actual gap fill. And the reason I like them, a lot of times these gap downs, especially when a gap down happens on a big name, right, a really strong ticker, that's my favorite, man. I'll go all in on that stuff because any kind of position holders or people holding for the long term, they're going to buy that up at a discount. X is long here. They buy it on a discount They're gonna put it in a long-term portfolios or whatever. And that's why they're so successful, and there's clear targets on it. So let me show you. You could have scalped this morning. This is 5 minute. So it opened up. People took profits. That's why it pushed up. As soon as it went from red to green, you could scalp it there. It pulls back. As soon as it breaks the low of the day on that first 5 minute candle, it's short. So they short it. So there's 2 scalps right there. You wait. It didn't make a clean break again to the downside. It starts chopping sideways here. So you'd wait until it crosses this candle here. All right. There's on the 15 minute, there's the strongest resistance level right there. So once it crosses that, it crossed it here on this candle, and then it comes back and retests it like this. As soon as it starts to push back up against that high, you can take it long. Again, you're going to target the open and then the high of the day. All right. Clear your targets on it. And then on the gap ups, clear this. HD. There's HD gap up right here. So HD's been in an uptrend. Shopify breaks 1621 here. It's long. It's currently inside, trying to go up. So it's gonna be a 212 and 2 candles hopefully. Gap up place, a little bit different, not much, same pattern. So this thing opened up here. It pushed it up as they take profits. Everybody's selling at the open. So it goes up. As soon as it goes back to red, you can scalp it, right? The next scalp would be, and remember, the only thing that separates these patterns is time. So it's a 15 minute, but it applies to the first few candles on the 5 minute. The next candle opens up. It goes inside, right? So when I'm scalping them, when I'm looking for this, the next candle opens, it goes up. As soon as it crosses the low of this candle here, you can scalp it. Right? It starts to come back up. So it's, again, as soon as it crosses, so this right here is going to be resistance. As soon as it crosses the high of this candle here, you take it long. You're going to target the open and the high. Really breaks that. So when you get above it, retest, it finally comes. So you really can't do much with it until it breaks the high of this candle here. When it breaks that candle there, you can take it long again. So as it crosses this candle, it don't even pull back any. You add to it here. It comes up. Momo hammer trying to come back up. You could add to it along here. Your stop's going to be the base of this candle here. 10 cents below the base of that candle. Right here. On the gap ups, you got to be careful because they'll fill. Usually, not always, usually about 50%. All right. So it opened up here. It opened up here. Gap fills here. 50% of this. All right. So roughly 50%. And you can see right here, it gap filled 50% will turn around. So if you're going to take it short of open, just remember when you get about 50%, start tightening, put your stops pretty tight against it. Or you can even say, you know, at 45%, I'm going to go ahead and join the ask to take profits. And if it happens to break lower than 50%, you can re-enter from gap fill because they will fill the gap, you know, every once in a while. Some fill it quickly, some takes time. And also, you got to pivot here too. So anytime something breaks above the pivot, right, the gap's above the pivot, that becomes support. So if it comes up, retest it at open, it comes back up. So if this happened in if this is the 5 minute candle, it's the 5 minute candle, comes up, you wait till it retests it. And again, you're going to take it when it breaks the high of the current candle and the target being open and high. And it clearly made it for that candle there. Yeah. So really, realistically, all you're doing is trading the highs, the breaks of the highs, and the breaks of the lows. That's it. Really, that's all we're doing. That's all the traders doing is taking the breaks of highs. It could be a 2-1, 2 and 2 candles. It could be a 2-1, 2 and 3, or 100 candles. It don't matter. We're always targeting. We're always taking entry on the break of the high. That's all we do. Yeah. So gap up or gap down, it's gonna be the same pattern. So let me show you. So on the gap down, if this thing gap down this morning right here, that curl, this curl pattern here is the same for all of them. All right, you'll see a curl all the time. You're going to target the open candle and then the high, the day's high. You take profits when it gets to the open. And then after it breaks the high of the day, you're going to look to take another entry, whether it's a break retest, a pullback, close above the high of the day. That's your next entry. Now, you could sit there and, you know, see if it breaks it, hold, and then just put your stop on the closest support resistant level, which would be right here. So you can see if it breaks, it does finally break, but you would have been stopped out on that big pullback there. So I like locking in profits and then I'll re-enter on the break. Because when they break prior high, there's a pretty damn good chance that it's going to go up and make a new high. So we always want it to trend. So a new high, a new high, a new high. To exhaust. And usually around 10 or 11 o'clock, what you'll start to see is chop or sideways movement of chop. It'll break up. It'll start chopping. It'll break up and start chopping. Netflix is almost a target here. Roku chopping sideways. Starbucks is coming down a bit. HD starting to chop sideways a little bit. Carvana's still pushing almost to target. Bob's chopping sideways, holding support. Oracle just went short. Oracle just went short. MU, let's pull up MU here in a second. That cut patterns happens a lot. Nike's pushing today, 212 up. He's kind of ripping. So, and DD, no, what was it? Visa's fixing to break out too.
Jerry, I think Roku's ready to go short.
Yeah, nice. I wish it would. I wish that thing would go back down to the pivot. Let's put that out of the way. Let's come back. Let's pull up Piton. Piton's been strong. There's that cut pattern. On the 60, you can see it curling. All right, so anytime it curls, we pick 25% above the base. And it's PMG style. We're going to target, you can target individual candles, resistant levels. So the first one's going to be 123.35, 126. Sam's pulling, or not, Sam's Piton's pulling back a little bit. Sam's fixing to break here. So Sam's fixing to go long. And as you cross 735.50, you want to buy next week's calls. There goes Roku rolling over. Amazon. I love for Roku to just shoot. VIX Doji, inside near the top, 25%.
And we only got one option. You could buy monthlies.
What is?
They just have monthlies.
Oh, on Sam. Gotcha. Yeah, so Visa. Visa 212, it's bounced, so there's a double top there. See if it takes another run at it, if it breaks that pivot on the 5 or the 15, it's gonna be long. Auto desk just broke too. The cut pattern, it happens all the time. Visa looks really good. targets, 250.46 on it. Let's look at Autodesk. They'll all start to cup. If you look at Novax, it's cupping. NVIDIA's cupping. Autodesk, man, I tell you what, this thing's been in beast mode. Nice clean chart. It's gonna see 321. It must be a run up for earnings or something. I don't know. But it is super clean. It's moved 30 bucks in the last 4 or 5 days. Actually just broke the upside again. Look how smooth that is. 212 right now. Pull the cut pattern up. That's what it looks like to me anyway. So if you look at it, it comes up, there's a high, and it starts to curl. As soon as it breaks the high here, it's long. But it curl. And just like on the gap down, you know, if ticker gaps down, all you do is wait on the base, and it'll start to curl. So if the gap up, it gaps up. You'll see it start to curl as it comes back up. You hit. Nike's been pushing the back. AMD's breaking. Disney double top 15. Trying to go back down now. Apple's is finding some problems at 148.26 level. VIX is starting to pick up. If it goes up, everything's gonna die. No, it's short term. Apple's in the range. Lulu's been in a beast mode today. I missed that. DXCMs, if you make new highs, the W's pushing. Microsoft did pretty good. He's across that 290 level. Oracle's been puking all day. Gonna chop sideways and break. Let's look at Oracle. Autodesk, what a beast. So do you think that thing's, if you look at the higher time frame, do you think it's going to go to 321? Yeah. If you look on the daily, it's extended though. It's going to need a pretty good pullback anytime. So there's extremely high exhaustion risk. Wow. So yeah, you can literally play just gaps. Just gap dumps. I got a scan that looks for volume, and it's got certain criteria for gap up and gap down. I'll show you. Oracle's consolidating right now on the 5-minute sharp sideways 312.60. And a pretty good up pattern here. You know what I'm saying? It's nice. The 3-2 month, clean, beautiful pattern on the weekly as it pushes up. Starting to pull back could be just what we need on Oracle. If it can come down and get close to testing this $85 range, we'll look at taking it back up. So on a reversal back to $91. Because will it get there? Hell yeah. I mean, if you look on the month and a week, this thing's a beast. Let's say it pushed up, pulls back pretty hard, pushed up, pulls back. So it's consistent. It's consistently pulling back and then running back up. And according to these things here, you can kind of see, you can always look back in history about what it's doing. Yeah.
TTD is approaching that 15-minute pivot now.
Nice. Maximize. So a lot of times when I see these things, I like going back in time and seeing what it's done before. We know this thing's in an uptrend, without a doubt. And today we got this big red candle. See how big it is. 88, 91. Well, it's about $3. So let's go back in time and see if there's any other candles around that size and what happens soon after. Here's another candle. It's not as big, but it's pretty close. So it's like it pulls back and dropped out. This candle here, it pulled back pretty hard and dropped out. There's another one dropped out. So I'm seeing the pattern. What's happening every time it shot a big candle up. Bang. There's a few big candles. So it looks like every time it shot a big candle, it either gapped down or continued going lower for the next few days before it based. So this day it peaked. A few days after. Here.
PayPal just broke pivot high on the weekly.
What did?
Daily PayPal.
Okay. Thank you. So this thing's probably gonna come on down to 85. We'll probably start basing again. If we're going higher. It's still going here. We've got a Momo here. Netflix almost a target. Carvana's almost a target. Shopify's gonna be testing again, boy. If it breaks through, I'm telling you, it's definitely a rip. PayPal looks good. Really interesting shop right now. It's been tested 1, 2, 3, 4. It's been tested 5 times here. NVIDIA is a good place to add to it.
Facebook's still going too.
Nice. Shopify breaks right here. Long consolidation, the bigger the break. Consolidating for a couple hours now. Netflix is longer, add to it. Shopify, you breaking, girl? Shoot. Volume's decreasing. It could break here and then come back down there. It broke.
AMD's also breaking out.
Thanks. Netflix still there. Shopify's got low volume here on this break. You possibly scalp it. You kind of wait. I got to learn on AMD a few minutes ago. Nice. And
flat top on shop.
Yeah, we're looking at it. It's got low volume. Those on the problem. I'm looking to take shop long. It's been tested. I think it tested at 15 about 5 or 6 times here. Nvidia still going here. Target's pivot high 30 or 15 first. Yeah, I'm scared to take a shot just yet, even though it's broke. It broke about 55 cents, but volume is decreasing. It could easily be a trap. SQ broke, retested, come right back up to 267.77. CRWD is broken, retesting, come back up. So CRWD is gonna be long. Come on, shot. All right, so same one shot that. Yeah, force nothing. Crowd, if you look at crowd on the 30 or the 15, doesn't matter. That's the shot. All right. This thing gapped down this morning. Hell, push right back up. Fill the gap, continue up. Next target was pivot high, came up, pulled back just a hair, shot up, squeeze your top, retest. Now it's coming back up. Target's going to be the wick. Usually want to wait, if you're not in it, wait till it breaks the wick of this candle here, and then target the body, the wick.
VIX is climbing.
Yeah. She brings fire with it. Carolina, Netflix is almost a target here. Actually still going. So let's look at Netflix on the reversal. It expanded. The expanded range, it came right back down. Now it consolidated, right? So now what it's doing is coming back to consolidation. All it did, if you look at the 60 here, is expand range before going back through range. So pull this up, you'll see these pivots mark expansion. So expansion to the top and the bottom. So we had this big puker. There's a 2. It is inside right here. It expanded the lower. So really your target's going to be the body, was the first target, made it. Next target is going to be the high. Okay, and high here. Ultimately, we want to see body, wick, body, body, high. Our ultimate goal is always going to be the next pivot. So it could be a 2-1-2 reversal.
And that's a big candle to go through. There could be some money there.
Dude, it could come up to this candle here so quickly. It's not even funny. Those big candles like that, to me, there's just like a gap play. There's no resistance there. There's nothing to stop it from just ripping. Just like well, let's look at NVIDIA right now. So NVIDIA's been long here. Same thing. Anytime you're coming through in big candles, man, it's smooth sailing. So let's pull this.
Right, just like you said, because all the stops on it are so tight. That's what makes the big candle on the lower time frames.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's why they work so well. There's nothing there. It's like a void. It's a cave on the TPO, and then it's got a bunch of little stops to take out. So it was long down in here. It took almost 15 minutes, and the target's going to be open and high. But it could quickly come up through here. There's nothing stopping it.
Yeah, target 197-ish.
Yeah.
196.50, right around in between there somewhere.
And then there's a if it breaks that, we got another target from yesterday. So the actual pivot high. So here's the target, the daily target, 197, and we could see 199 today.
That would be nice.
Yeah. Netflix is supposed to hit the target, which is the wick, the high today. So target on this right here was the body. Now it's the wick. All right. Once we get out of that there, we got this that big oak candle. It's non-stop.
Yeah, that and Facebook. I mean, look at that. It's still going. MasterCard too. Autodesk.
Take a look at Peloton. Are we?
Yeah.
Peloton.
Even Nike's pushing the bunch. But yeah, Peloton just went long again. It's got PMG set up on it right here on the 15, 30.
Facebook was a play, I guess, because of the Twitter and the Snapchat, and it's just playing off of their earnings basically.
No, Facebook came out with news that they're going to have games on the Apple Store.
Oh, okay. So that's more revenue for them then.
Yeah, probably. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, that Facebook chart is awesome too. Good gosh.
Yeah, it was a good looking chart.
Donald's still stud. It breaks out 245. All those are on that Bob scan. Facebook, McDonald's, PayPal, Visa, Microsoft, Starbucks, Nike, Marvel.
That's why they call it the best of the best, right?
That's right.
Every single one of them on that scan's a winner. I mean, you're making money blind.
Yeah. I made that scan about a month or so ago. Good scan. I think it's 20 over 50, 50 over 200, maybe 5 or 10% from all-time highs. There's some volume profiles in there. Just I made it too, so I find a lot of times I talk about these A+ setups on the month and the week, and it usually finds those easy to read. If you're new to trading, you really want a beautiful monthly, weekly chart because it makes it so much easier to interpret where prices going. And once you get more advanced, you can interpret the chop and stuff. But for new people, you need to have something, a beautiful start, really, like easy to read. Like a Visa 221. Inside Momo hammer up. Where's it going? To the damn highs. Don't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. It's moving up. Now what you want to do, it's moving up. So what you're going to do is you're going to look for, a pretty good pullback on the 60 or the 30 or the 15. And once it starts to reverse, you're going to hit it and take it back through range. It's as easy as that. Take 2-2 back up, back in the full-time frame continuity.
I don't know who was talking about it yet, but somebody said OKTA Okta, and that one's just floating higher today.
Yeah. Slowly growing, and it's really a 212 on a 60. And on off, if you look at the weekly, it's got a big red candle. Man, I can quickly come up through that thing. We do month. Oracle's the opposite. Tesla breaks a little bit short. So we got a 31260 Oracle, big measurement candle on this thing. And again, you know, it's been pushing up on the month and the week. So, you know, I don't think they're going to take this thing down. Not for too long. Probably around 85. And then what we do is we look for the base, bounce or the base of it and then take it back up to all-time highs. J&J expanded range on a 15. Up and sideways. Oh, it's getting close to breaking the month. You want to be there when that happens. Nike. Cost is fixing to go along again. Nike's been pushing all week. Breaks, cups out, keeps going. There's a measured move right here on the weekly too on Nike. 130. 155. 25 bucks. 80's target. So a little time. Where we go. Etsy, not stop it. Carvana hit target. Netflix is right at target too, 15. It did hit target on the 15. Next target, hit 30. VIX is coming up to fill that gap. I'll bring SPY down with it. Apple's chopping sideways. It's expanded range on the 30. More way for the one. Starting to roll over.
A lot of things rolling over. Apple, Microsoft, not a lot, but they're turning over from the high.
Yeah.
Sort of rounding top.
This is trying to go. Yeah, I'm just gonna fill that gap. Down with it. Etsy's got natural buyers in there. She's not affected by nothing. Cost is gonna be long at breaks 422. Oh, this is an ugly monster. I'm gonna take a break for a few minutes, guys. and we'll be back.
Jerry, are you talking?
I think he said he would be back. He was taking a break, but maybe he's back and doesn't know he's on mute. Not sure.
Hey, John, maybe one of these times when you have some time, you can, maybe after the market, teach us how to trade after hours. You said you did so well yesterday. If you have time.
Well, I mean, I could show anybody how to trade after hours, but I mean,
Or maybe next week after earnings come out, maybe you can. Well, that was a nice job you did.
well, like I said, I mean, I could show anyone how to trade after hours, but I mean, I think after hours trading is pretty risky. And well, like I said, I'm happy to show anyone how to trade after hours, but I just want to be clear that there isn't like a way to trade it. Well, yeah, I guess there is a way. Like I'll show you how I trade it, but it's a lot less. What's the word I'm looking for? It's a lot less clear, right? I think the risk is a lot higher, right? You have to kind of know what you're looking for, and you can't necessarily use all the same logic that you use during the day. It's mostly scalping. So I'm happy to go through all that though, absolutely, and show you guys what I do. But it's hard, you know.
Yeah, because I think Nicole's interested too.
Yeah, like I said, I'll show you guys what I do and what I look for and how I trade. And but you know, so let me just be very clear. After hours trading can be good, but there's things about it that make it very hard. And I think the risk is much, much higher. So it's definitely not for the faint of heart. But I'm more than happy to show anybody. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I'd be interested.
Everyone needs the disclaimer and everyone needs to know that I am recommending against it unless you really, really know what you're doing. And even if you know what you're doing, I probably take too much risk than I should. But I am happy even to, well, I don't know if I have time today. I have to pick up my kid. It depends if I have to pick up my kid at 5 or
Well,
6.
yeah, maybe
Today's-
Monday.
Yeah, I was gonna
Maybe,
say,
maybe Monday when the market's open and there's after hour after earnings or something.
Well, here's the thing I was gonna tell you guys. So, so this Sunday, I'm actually going on vacation. So I'm gonna be up in, my parents have a beach house up in New Jersey. So I'm going up with my family, and it's their 50th wedding anniversary. So me and my kids and brother, all of us, my family, we're going up there for a week. I'm gonna trade some for sure, but I'm not gonna be home. So I won't have my setup. I'm not like Nicole, who, she basically is like a rock concert. She has, a 53-foot truck that she can bring her whole setup with her. So I'll be trading, but I won't be probably able to do nearly what I did right from here. So if I'm online, I'll say hi and everything like that, but I probably won't be as available. But then I'll be back the following week. I'm driving back on Monday. So I might trade some for the car. My brother's going with me. He lives in San Diego, but he flew out here and he's staying with me, and we're gonna drive up together. So if he does some of the driving, I might trade from the car during the day. So if I'm online, like I said, I'll let you guys know. But then Tuesday, the following week, I'll be back online. So I hope you guys aren't too broken up. You guys will probably make more money. You probably make more money with me gone.
I thought this morning you did a great job, helping some people how to understand the charts this morning. You did a really good job.
Well, thanks. I mean, like I said, my goal is really more just to get more people involved, I mean, I just think that it's great to hear all of us talking all the time, but I think the more people do, right, the more that people get out of it. So I encourage everyone, right, to use the techniques that Jerry and I are talking about, right? So Jerry talks about pivots and he talks about GATs and right, talks about what you look for to enter and all that other stuff. So when you guys talk or ask questions, why don't you guys just get in the habit of doing that stuff in the pre-market, right? That's a great time to look at that stuff. So anyway, so I'm not going to rehash it, but I think that's just good for everyone, right? And I think that probably helps everyone learn. The pre-market is not as crazy as when the market's open. So that's probably a really good time to do it too. How's everyone doing today? I'm actually having a better day than I have all week. So it's nice to not be angry at the market for a change. Joe, Ben, you guys, Nicole, you guys making some money today?
Yeah, Amazon good, Apple back and forth bad right now, TTD, Crowd. I traded gold this morning in Shopify. Those are my trades today.
I'm green today. Made my goal on Snap this morning.
Oh, good. Good. How about you, Nicole? How you trade today? Good. Nicole's probably on mute or she's probably not there. Olivia, you on? Israel, that's good.
Yeah,
Great.
I'm on.
So hold on a second, Olivia, just give me 1 second. And 80% on Netflix, use some of that profit. Okay, good. Yeah, Netflix actually just broke out of the pivot. So it's long again. And Netflix was having a pretty good day. I was in it before it hit the pivot. Then I waited for it to break and now it just broke the pivot. So it's long again. So I'm about to re-enter long. Go ahead, Olivia.
I'm on. I tried on Netflix and then I don't know. Instead of pressing call, I pressed put, but I cut out like as soon as I realized. But I was watching so well before it break out. I lost like $20 and then I'm just watching.
I've done that, just so you know, Olivia, I've done that so many times.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad about that. I can tell you there's so many times when I've been moving really fast and or like maybe the market has been really bullish all day
Mhm.
So I've literally been buying call, and then all of a sudden it reversed. And I was like, oh, this is a great time to get a reversal, but my brain didn't shift to put. So then I threw a call in there. So yeah, it happens a lot. I mean, you got to be really careful, obviously, but
Mhm. Mhm.
don't beat yourself up about it. It happens.
I am beating myself. I'm watching like every day, like you guys are kidding. I'm like, yeah, but I'm so scared. I'm like, today I'm like, you know what? I just let me try this. It was like, I really watched it so well and follow the, the confirmation, everything. And that one, mistake put me back. So I'm like, no, I'm not going to try to jump in again because it was only like $3, $4. So I'm like, no, it's too late. So.
Okay, well, first of all, you can't do that, right? I've lost a lot of money last week, right? And the thing is that, right, you told me about some of the sizes of your losses, right?
Yeah.
You had some big losses. And
yeah.
if you buy one contract, right, or you only buy 25 shares of stock, I mean, you can control your loss within $25 to $50. So the thing is that you can control the amount of loss and gain, trade small, right? Watch your position, don't trade more than one position, right? And if the position goes against you, then get out, right?
Yep.
I've been trading all day today and I've had a pretty good day. And NVIDIA has actually had a pretty good day, but I bought one contract in NVIDIA and I was pretty sure it was going to go up, but it started to go back down in range and I exited for a $40 loss.
Yeah.
Right. I don't ever do that, but I'm trying to stick to my rules. And instead of getting greedy, this is exactly where I make the big mistake because I'm up a bunch today. So I'm like, oh yeah, I'm up a bunch. So, let the things roll. I'll take a big risk. I was like, you know what? I said I was going to keep my losses small and I was going to stay under control. So I said, I'm going to do what Jerry said. It got down 40 on one contract. And I know that if I exit right away, and if NVIDIA turns around and breaks out, I'll make that 40 back in a second.
Right.
So my point to you is the hardest thing that I think you have to learn when you're a trader, and it is really hard, right? Myself included, because it's been pretty nerve-wracking week, even for me, is that when you start to get really nervous, right, about trading, what you're really feeling is that you're not in control of the losses. That's actually what I find, right? That you're worried that as soon as you place trades, right, that you're going to start to lose a bunch of money and you're not in control of what's happening. Okay. So what I find, at least for me, is that as soon as I start trading again and I'm getting back in control, right? As soon as I start to feel like I'm in control of my P&L, that I can sit there and say, well, if I only want to take a $20 loss or $40 loss and I trade small and I don't get into bad trades and I slow down when I enter and all these things, I find my stress level goes down a lot. It doesn't mean you're going to make money, right? But all of a sudden, the idea that you're going to have $2,000 and $3,000 losses goes away. And so you can sort of take that fear out of it and you can get back into, okay, well, the market's not going to drop out of you and crash, right? Because your losses are not coming because the market is crashing. Your losses are coming because you're making bad trades and you're holding. Right?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yep.
So again, I don't, you have to manage your risk, but let's be clear, right? If you take one contract in a position, you enter at the right time, you know exactly how much you're willing to lose, right? You don't take very volatile stocks, right? Like I told you, and then you stay very true to where you were going to exit. Like I just told you with NVIDIA as an example.
Yeah.
It hit $40. At the end of the day, I'm out $40. It's a small loss. I'm not panicking. Okay. So
Right.
there's no reason why you told all of us that you took much, much bigger losses than that. So what I'm recommending that you do is don't let yourself be afraid, because you can't trade afraid. You need to get yourself comfortable with the fact that you understand you're in control. You get your contract, you buy the contract, you're being very smart about where you enter, right? You see your P&L, and if you see that it starts to move against you, right? And remember, you're watching the price action.
Yep.
And if the price action moves down, and you have your dollar amount, then you just go, you exit the trade. And if it's not the right call, you don't re-enter it. And if it then moves back and it looks like it's a good time to re-enter, then you can re-enter. Then you'll be in control. Then there's nothing to be fear about, because then you've lost 40 bucks. That's it. And you're not going to go out of business over 40 bucks.
That's right. I'm working on it. That like the whole week I didn't do anything. I took ACB. That was last Friday. That's the only thing I did since then. And then today, I'm like, I'm gonna jump in again. And then I clicked put instead of call. I lost $20. I cut it off. Just realized like what is happening is going up. Or I pressed put. Then I got out like immediately. And then yep.
But that's okay. That's $20.
Yeah.
You recognize you're in control. You recognize that you made a mistake. You cap your loss at $20 and you move on.
Yeah.
Guess what? You didn't have it wasn't a disaster. So
No, it
you
wasn't.
you don't have to get upset about it, right? You understood it, and if that's the worst that can happen,
right?
It's not that bad.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say, like, I'm not trying to minimize what you're saying. I'm trying to say I totally get what you're saying.
No, I understand you. And always appreciate,
Right.
Yeah.
So what you want to do, and also that's one of the reasons why I keep telling you that you want to look for stocks that are not as volatile, right? If you're getting into stocks like Amazon, and you're getting into stocks like Shopify, and you're getting into stocks like Tesla, let's say, which although Tesla's volatility has been a little bit less than it had been, but it's still pretty volatile, right? That's going to increase your stress a lot, because those stocks, even if you try to use really good risk management, right? Because of the volatility in the stock and option, they're going to move. Well, they're going to move very fast, right? That's why I've been trying to tell everyone, right? It's not about whether you're really smart or not smart, or whether right? But there's sort of a proficiency, right, that you need to sort of trade more volatile stocks, because you have to be able to handle more dynamic moves.
That lose today, I really break out. Like, I know what I was getting in. I watched so close. I was so good. I'm like, I'm just gonna break this rule for today. I was really so good. I was having all this confirmation, but that one rule, I break it, and I knew purposely, like, I'm gonna break these rules, and here would happen. So I'm gonna stick to the rules.
Right. And now remember,
I promise you I'm gonna stick to the rules.
Right. But now remember, like I said, you can lower your stress level a lot if you look for stocks like Apple, right? And stocks where you might not make as much, right? If it moves up.
Yeah.
But you won't lose as much if it goes down. So those stocks are good stocks to trade when you're starting, or like a Microsoft, right? Because then you can practice your technique, but you don't have to stress so much, because really at this point, what you want to do is get better at trading. You don't want to be worried that every time you make an entry, if you make a mistake, you're down 200 bucks.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. You're right.
But you're doing great, right? Everyone deals with fear. Everyone deals with this stuff. No, you're doing fantastic.
Yeah,
But
controlling myself like the whole week, like I hear, I watch, I see, but I'm like, no, I don't feel I'm comfortable of doing it, and I just, like you guys say, like it's every day. It's not a trading day. You can just watch and try to learn like how the thing's going, and that's what I've been doing. Like,
But just remember,
Don't trade options. Trade common stock if you're having a problem with it till you get
I
used to
have
it.
done I think last week even the market was so down. It seems like everything that I have is so down, and it's crazy. Anyway, I'm glad like those one they can, I'm not.
When was the last time you did the paper trading, Olivia?
I'm back online now because like most of the time
Just
when
do
I'm not
paper trading and just go in and out, so you get comfortable taking trade.
Okay,
That's
but
what I do.
Wait, let's not all overcomplicate this, right? You guys aren't being helpful. Appreciate it. Appreciate the comments, right? But again, one, just like Jerry said, and I agree with them, right? The fear thing is real. Paper trading won't address the fear, okay? So you can paper trade to learn how to trade, right? But what you're dealing with, the issue is you're afraid. So what I'm trying to tell you is you do want to get live action, right? That's what Jerry said. You want to get live action, but the way you can minimize the risk in the live action is you could do one of two things. Like I said, look for tickers that don't move that much, right? Not every ticker that you trade has to go up and down 20 points, right? Look for tickers that aren't moving so that when you make a trade, it will be slower, right? That will lower the risk so that way you don't have to be worried as much. Two, if you are going to use equities, again, you can buy one share of stock. So if you're worried about just practicing whether or not you're entering and exiting properly, right? Like you were saying, like, oh, I enter and then I'm down all the time, right? Then maybe the problem is that you're not where you need to be in terms of reading the price action, right? So you're not entering and you don't know where the target is in the exits. Then what I would do is the other thing, which is the other recommendation is you can use equities and buy one share of stock and actively manage that, right? Set a stop, set a target, and try to manage that actual trade, right? And see if there's problems with where you're entering and exiting, right? But with
that's what I did. But like most of them, like I was thinking like to hold like for more than 6 months. That was my goal. Some of them, but they are so down. But I don't want to cut it off. Like, oh, it's just gonna be too much. Like,
okay, right now we're starting from today. We're not talking about all your positions. We're talking about you practicing right now. And remember.
Oh no, that one I get it. Serious, even I don't. It's like you say. Sometimes there is that one thing that pushes you, and you don't go with the plan with that one plan you have, and you lose everything. Like I told myself, I don't want to like trade like now. I know you are telling me to conquer my fear, but I'm not really that much like fear, like, oh, now I'm not gonna do it. But it was kind of one of my rules, like this week at least, don't trade, just learn and
Okay,
but
that's
then,
fine.
like, yeah, that's
totally fine. That's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with taking a time off because sometimes you need to take a step back. I'm not talking about that. Everybody needs to take a step back, right? That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm trying to tell you was that for any trader that's feeling fear, because when you get losses, sometimes you start to question your confidence. Then I'm saying that the way you can get back in the saddle is you need to remember that you're in control, right? The market doesn't control you.
Right.
And that's how you deal with it. But to take a step back and not trade because you just want to take a step back and pause, absolutely, there's nothing wrong with that. And then the other thing I would just tell you is the one thing you said is, especially when you're a new trader, right? I would not recommend trying to do multiple types of trading. What I mean by that is, right, there's so much to learn. I wouldn't recommend trying to do day trading, swing trading, and position trading all at the same time, right? That's a lot to try to do. So like someone asked me, right, I know how to position trade and I know how to swing trade and everything else, but right now I'm trying to focus on getting much, much better at day trading. So I'm not doing those other kinds of trading because it's a lot to keep in your head. So my recommendation would be, don't try to have rules and trying to do.
New high of
all-
the day for Roku. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, that's a lot, right? So you can do whatever you want, but I can see how that would be a lot for a new trader to try to digest. I'd recommend you kind of focus your energies on either being a day trader or a swing trader and getting really good at that. Because there's things that you need to do specifically in those kinds of trading, right?
Right.
And, you know, anyway, just just think about that, right? Like, I don't think it's going to help you if you're trying to do both.
I'm working on it. I just want to do trading. Like I just love do trading, and that's what I'm gonna focus on it.
Well, anyway,
Thank you.
Olivia, I love
Yeah.
that you're here and you're doing great. And we're all behind you, you know.
Thank you
And-
so much. One day, I hope one day I will be like, I don't know. One day I will make you proud, John.
I am
I'm-
proud. I'm proud. You're doing great. Just the fact that you're not giving up.
I
You're
don't have
doing-
nowhere else to go because, I mean, this is the way that I see. I've tried so many things. At least I'm seeing something.
You're doing great.
I've opened the stores, have did this, nothing is, so at least this one is in my control. Like if I have a loss, it's my loss. I can see it in my hands. It's my fault, but some other stuff that I've done, you know, it's just excuses or this and that. So at least here, you know, you get to do what you love, so I'm gonna keep improving myself and I'll get better.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
You're doing great. And I'm proud of you. And believe me, I make mistakes all the time. So just keep going for it. And we're glad, just don't give up and keep asking for help, okay?
I'm here. Thank you.
All right. It's been a little action here while we've been talking. I see Tesla's been moving up. Amazon has just kind of gotten back to the top of its range. We'll see if it's going to break out. I'm not going to go long in Amazon just yet. But I may go long pretty soon because it looks like it wants to break out. Zoom has reversed pretty nicely from its low of the day. I got some other alerts. Roku's kind of in a range right now. I saw someone mention Net. I'm not really tracking that one, but Net looks pretty good. TTD was another one. Net TTD is in a range as well. There's a lot of stocks that are ranging right now. So for me, I'm being extra careful. I'm not saying that people shouldn't enter them. Let me just be clear. I see a lot of resistance and support. Jerry, I guess will come back at some point, but if he doesn't, I'm happy to share my screen and I can go through some of my tickers. So Amazon just broke my target high. So I might go long here. It's right at the pivot on the 15 though. So actually I'm not gonna go because I think I gotta see, it's gotta break this it actually really needs to get almost to like 36.60. Because this thing has really pulled back almost every time it's tried to break out this week. So it's at the pivot on the 5 and the 15. What were some of the other tickers that you guys were talking about? I don't know if I missed any. Myrna actually did that V that I talk about sometimes. If you look at it on the 30, Myrna went up from the open, came all the way back down to the open, and it is now retraced all the way back to the open. So it's basically done that full V. So it's kind of right back to where it started. Yeah, Amazon's making moves. That's the one that looks the strongest right now. So it'd be nice if this will stay. It's the 1246. It's the 15-minute pivot. As soon as they hit 36.60, it went down, like I thought. So it's sort of trying to fight this pivot high here. So this is sort of the magic zone, like I thought. It immediately broke the high, cut to 36.61, and the 5-minute turned red and pushed down. So like it did yesterday, and now it's wicking down. It's already back to 36.55. Man, it just cannot break out. It just boom, shut up, came right down. But we'll see if it pushes back up through here. I can get past that to 36.61. It's got like $9 to get to the ADR high. That's a hell of a place to enter right here. So that's what I'm waiting for. Facebook hit an all-time high. It immediately reversed at 37,375, and now it's sort of inside. Tesla is at the VWAP right now. It's been basically bouncing between VWAP and the lower ADR all day in that range. Crowd has been bouncing and it's literally been ranging right on VWAP on the 30 for the last 3 candles. Anyway, that's what I'm seeing so far right now. So there's some more stuff. MasterCard keeps showing up on my list as being pretty strong today. Let me see. Okay, so MasterCard actually is up $12 today. On the 5-minute, it broke out, and now the second candle on the 5-minute is a Momo hammer. So MasterCard is long for anyone who likes MasterCard. So that's a really good one. So that's good. Let's see. UPST, which has basically not done much lately, came all the way down to lower ADR. Now it's all the way back up to yesterday's open and close, and it's just kind of gone through that, but it's now at a pivot on the 5. There's a little bit of room. It's got a $1 move to get to yesterday's high, or yesterday's, let's see, yesterday's high, because I was over here. So there's a pivot on the 15 at 118, so it's a $1 move. So even though it's strong today, I don't know, that stock has not been that attractive to me. So I've been sort of down on that stock after it's been a pretty good one for a while. So Amazon is now back down into 355. So it is now back down inside the range that it's been in all day. So we'll have to see. The range it's in right now is 358 is the high. Bottom range is 344. Unfortunately, it's tough to trade. I love trading Amazon when it's in a range, but if you look at the 5-minute on Amazon, you can see that most of the day, the range it's been trading has been about 344 to like 351, and it hasn't been that consistent. So that's a little too small of a range to really trade and make any money because it's very tight. If it was trading in this 343 to 357 range and it was going up and down there, oof, this would be beautiful to trade all day. So I don't know, maybe we'll see in the afternoon, the range will stay wider, but it is not, but it is respecting this 359, even though it broke through, it whipped right back down. So it is kind of respecting this high pivot on the 5 and the 15, and it's respecting VWAP, which is really what's keeping it in the range right now. Let's see. So Zoom is pretty good right now. It looks like it's moving up. The candle on the 30, it's just about at the second candle on the 30. So it's probably not great to enter right now but it's been in a pretty good uptrend. But the target of the body on the current candle is like 359.50. But if it breaks that candle, it's got a $2 move up to 361, which would basically retrace all the way back to the daily open close line. So there is probably a $2 move there. But me personally, even though the move is pretty strong, I probably would wait for it to clear 359.50 just to make sure that it continues to move. But it's pretty close. So it's probably a decent one to look at. Let's see. Costco has had a pretty good day, but it's been ranging now on the 15 since 11:45, 11:30-ish. It's basically been ranging between 420 and like 422. So it's stuck in a range right now. Let's see what else. Let's see, Etsy. So Etsy hit the high of the day back at 12:15. So it had a pretty nice move up, hit the high of the day at 209.67. And now it's starting to reverse. So it's at 208. Basically on the 5-minute, you can see that between 207-ish to 209.50, like 207 to 209, 207.50, 209.50, that $2 range, that's basically where it's been really since about 11:45. So it's pushing down, but going back to 11 o'clock, it started on the upper ADR and pushed higher. So it's likely moving back to the upper ADR, which is a $2.50 move from where it is now. VWAP is there as well. So if you're feeling aggressive, based on the price action right now, you could potentially short this because the current candle is pretty strong, but it's not a great short. It's inside on the 60. So, you know, I wouldn't recommend it. But at the same time, based on what I'm seeing here and the weakness in the candle, best guess on the price action is that it's going to make its way back, probably back down here to about 206. So anyway, if somebody's looking to trade Tesla, Zoom did break the candle. So if you were listening to me and you decided to go long, then you were in good shape because it's already broken through that. And now it is well on its way to the open. But again, Etsy, I'd say because it's inside on the 60, I don't think I'd recommend taking that. And really, if you wanted to play it short, you need it to break that upper ADR. Let's see. Costco is trying to push higher here. If Costco could break 422.25, 422.50, it would be long again. It would break out of this range. If you look at it on the 60, it's trying to Momo hammer. It's like I said, it's been in a tight range since 12 o'clock. But with this consolidation, if it pushes higher, it could be good. Netflix had looked really good. It went high, it broke through the upper pivot on the 30. But as soon as it broke through the upper pivot, it failed and it turned around and it came back down to the upper, to that pivot. It now pushed back up and now it's ranging right there. So to go long on that again, you have to get back up again. Mike, what'd you say? Which is your target for which one? Cat. Oh, Cat. Oh, you weren't talking to me. Sorry. Domino's Pizza. Actually, I haven't looked at that today. You know, it was pretty strong yesterday. It had a huge move down at the open. It basically came back down to 520, 519, 520. And then it's been basically sitting right there all day. So a lot of times when these things make these monster moves, you know, they do tend to retrace, be a good short, but right now it's hitting major resistance at 520. So can't do it, even though it's been pretty bearish all day. This thing, to go short on it, you have to, it really needs to break probably 518. That's being a little aggressive. It probably, I don't know. I probably wouldn't answer. It's at 521.20 now. The lower pivot's at 520. I'd probably say at 519. But again, I'd be very, very concerned about a false breakout on this one. So even if it breaks through that lower pivot, you got to wait for confirmation. You'd have to wait for it to wick back up. Let's see. Space Tesla. Let's see. Mike was just talking about Cat. Mike set his target there right now. So the lower pivot on Cat is at, on the 15 is 207.86. And it's kind of trading in a range right now as well. So basically it's been ranging between the open and this lower pivot. So the lower pivot is at 207.86 and the open is at 209.56. So that's not quite a $2 range. So it's really been stuck in there, and the last few candles on the 15 from 11:45 have really been actually stuck inside the VWAP and the AD and yesterday's close, which is 209.16. So right now it's kind of stuck even in a tighter range. So I don't know where your position is, but on the 15 right now, you've got, it's kind of stuck between, like I said, 207.86 and 209. So it's like $1.50 range in there. So just keep in mind that wherever you think it needs to go, it's kind of going up and down really in there. And right now it's not really ranging that far down. It's actually ranging more like 208. 208.20, which is actually the third candle on the 15. Which I don't know if you knew that. I'm just telling you, you probably knew that already. So, okay. So Costco did just break the pivot on the 5. It looks very good. It's strong. It's green. It's you know, we just got to be a little careful for a possible fail retest, but because it's coming out of the range here, so I would just be careful. We just had the 1 o'clock flip, so it could possibly, you know, go higher and then quickly pull back. So I wouldn't enter this second, but I would say that if after a few minutes here, just giving it a minute, if it stays and doesn't pull back to the, it's at 422.40, if it doesn't pull back to 422, right? Or if the 5-minute candle, right, opens higher, this is a great long, and it's been strong all day. It's got full time continuum higher. So pretty good one right here. Let's see, Apple. So Apple's been ranging all day. Right now it is stuck at the pivot on the 5-minute at 148.25. So the only and it's inside on the 60. And if you look at the last 3 candles on the 60 and even the first candle on the 60, they've basically all been Momo hammers up, where they basically went down, they pushed up really hard, but they all have hit really hard resistance at 148.25. So every time they've come down, they've pushed back up, they've hit resistance at 148.25, they've gone back down again, next candle gone back down again, push back up, next candle. So obviously there's pretty strong resistance below, and then there's really strong resistance at 148.25. So no trade here if it can't get past that. And we can see clearly from the price action that there's really, really strong resistance there. Let's see what else am I here. Disney looking very strong today. Not a huge move. It's only up $1, although the total move today so far has been, let's see, 174 to 170. So it's been a $2 move in the range. And right now it's been in a steady uptrend since the open. It's bumping up against the pivot on the 5, but it broke through the pivot on the 15. So it definitely has some room to move above. If it can break 176, I give it a little extra room. So if it breaks 176.35, this is just me being conservative on the 5-minute, then I think that's a pretty good place to enter. You want to go long. And it's, like I said, it's looking pretty strong right now. Another thing that you guys can do, like I said, this isn't something that we talk about very much here, but you know, is if we're never really sure on these breakouts, especially on the flip, is, you know, you can just wait on that first 5-minute candle, let it go up, and then we watch the second candle. So the second 5-minute candle on Disney just came, right? So now we're watching it and it's pushing higher, right? So it just went green. So basically, once you get that second 5-minute candle, it's green, boom, we can enter. Right, that's usually a pretty good entry sign. Now, again, it could turn around, it could pull back on you, but that's usually a good confirmation signal, right? So nothing's perfect, but it's, especially when we're worried about them wicking down, right? But to Jerry's point, which I think is good, like these things, like right now, I'm even seeing a little bit of wick on the top of that second candle. So, you know, you might want to wait till we get a solid candle. It's kind of going up and down. But that second candle in the 5 minutes sometimes is especially on these flips, a good way to sort of look and say, okay, I want to make sure. So it just really pushed through, that wick. It's long. So Disney looks great, really great long. Costco, totally opposite, right? So Costco, if you look at the 5 minute, it broke through. Second candle is inside and it's pushing down. So if you were going to go long on Costco, based on the second candle, I'd wait. But it's trying to push up, still inside. So now what we're looking for is the second candle to go green. If we can get a green candle on the second candle pushing higher, then we got a long signal. We can enter because we've got a pretty strong move up. Okay, so that's another way to do it. And I've been talking to a bunch of people lately, and one of the things that I keep finding is that lots of you guys are trading off the 5. And and I'm finding that, by the way, and again, I know you guys don't need me to always paraphrase what I'm saying and preface it because you don't feel like I'm telling you what to do, but I like to do it anyway, just to make sure. But
SPY is making new highs.
Okay. But I'm finding a lot of you guys don't really understand this concept of that we trade off the 15 and that we use the 5 for confirmation, right? So that in fact, what you guys are doing is you're trading off the 5, which I get, right? I can understand how that can be confusing. When I started, I didn't really understand that either. So I'm kind of showing you, hopefully, when I'm talking right now, that this is exactly what when I'm verbalizing it. This is exactly what I'm trying to walk you through, right? Like, so Costco is an example. I'm looking at it right now. I see on the 15 that I've got the range and that I've got a breakout. It's pushing higher. I think there's a good entry. I'm ready. This is my signal that I want to enter this trade long. So now what I'm doing is I'm not going to trade that off of the 15 of the 5. All I'm doing is using the 5 minute to do exactly what I just told you, which is I looked back to see if in fact the move that I was looking for the breakout was going to continue. I'm not looking for it to move higher or lower. Like I'm not, you know, even though it's doing all that, it broke through the pivot. I'm looking for the 5 minutes to give me the signal that it's going to continue higher. Once I get the signal on the 5 that it is a solid candle pushing higher, then based on the fact that I'm trading on the 15, I'm going to take that trade. Not I'm going to look at the 5 to then go up and down, because while that 15 candle is solid on the 15, I could see as this thing is pushing up on the 5, it could go up, it could go down, it could go up, it could go down. If you try to trade on that, right, you're gonna have all kinds of problems because you're gonna want to get in and out and in and out and in and out of the trade. Okay, so it's not that you don't want to look at the trade to see what's happening, but you're trading off the 15. So if in the 15, the candle's still pushing higher, it's still green, you're still above your entry point, right? Then, you know, you stay, but you stay in the trade. But if all of a sudden you're looking at the 5 and the first second you start to see red, you're like, oh my God, well then my trade.
Apple's trying to break out of that consolidation range you mentioned, John.
Yeah, okay. Right, but if the first time you see it turn red, even though in the 15 things look good and your trade is still strong, then you're going to try to cut and run from your trade, right? And that's what a lot of you, I'm sure, do. So it's important when Jerry's talking about that, you guys need to really understand the difference between why do we trade on the 15 or the 30, and why do we use the 5 minute for confirmation, right? That's really, really important, right? Now, right now I'm looking at Costco, for example. Costco on the 5 is showing a little bit of red. Okay, I'm still seeing green on the 15. Okay, I'm not going to get out of my trade right now. All that 5 is telling me is that it could be a pullback, but trades pull back, right? They breathe, like Jerry says. I like that. You know, trades need to breathe. They kind of push higher, especially after you get a big candle. We got a pretty big candle on this Costco trade right now. So I'm watching it, but what I see is that I got a red candle, but then I also see that I've got a hammer, Momo hammer pushing, which means that as soon as it turned red, there was buying pressure underneath, still trying to push it higher. Okay, so right now, all the momentum is still pushing higher. I'm still green in my trade. Everything looks good. Still should have your exit, right? You still should have an idea of where your target is. You still should know, right, that if the trade goes against you, where do you want to exit, right? Because if the trade goes green to red now, well, that's your fault. Now, at the same time, the thing could come back down. So you need to have your stop. You need to have all that in place. But what I'm not doing, just so we're clear, is just because the trade is green on the 15 and I saw a little bit of red, I'm not going to get out of my trade. And right now I can see on the 5 minute, it was red. Now it's pushing back. Now it's green again. So you can't trade off of the 5 and stay in trades, right? Because 1 second ago, it looked like it was a solid red candle, and it looked like it was going to push all the way back down to the pivot. And if you were literally using that to make your decision, you would have said, oh my God, this breakout's failing. I need to get out now. 1 second later, it was a Momo hammer up. It was green. It was still pushing higher. So on this 15 here, this thing is going green, red, green, red. Now, what you could do is you could say, well, after this thing starts going green to red 2 or 3 times, right? I'm sensing weakness. I'm sensing indecision. I'm sensing that maybe this move is getting weaker than I thought. I'm in the money, right? I'm profitable. So because of that, I'm going to exit now just because I'm guaranteeing my profits. And if it keeps going higher, right, I'll get back in the trade. Right? So if I see on the 5 that it keeps going green to red, that might be a sign of the trade is possibly getting weaker, right? The move is getting weaker. That's the way you use the 5, right? Because you can see at the 5 that there's possibly weakness in the move because it's not pushing as strong as it was before. That is the way you guys should be using these 2 time frames, right? But you're trading off the 15. The 15 is telling you where your target is. The 15 is telling you where to enter. It's telling you where to exit, right? So right now, for example, Costco has literally gone up. It's Momo hammered, and now it's gone red. It's gone green. It's gone red. This is the second time it's gone red on me, where in fact the red has been a little solid. So if I had some decent profits on this, right, but it was tight, and with the way that these things have been ranging, and because we just broke through a pivot, for me personally, I might exit now because I'd be nervous that it's showing me that this is going to fail. It's going to pull back. Okay, that's just logic. There is no right answer here.
What options are you buying on the Amazon? The ones that expired today?
Well, I'm talking about Costco right now, just so you know. But
even that Costco. Are you talking about today's?
Well, I would be buying the weeklies, the July 30s. But it doesn't matter. My point is, I'm just trying to show you how I would use the 5 to decide about what I'm going to do in the trade, right? For confirmation. That's all I'm talking about. But I'm not using that to trade, right? I'm not using that to actually enter the trade. I'm not using.
So you don't even enter. You don't even enter on the 5 minute.
No, I will enter with the confirmation from the 5. So I see the 15 and I make my decision that I'm ready to enter the trade, and I picked everything from the 15. The only thing I'm using from the 5 is the confirmation that at this exact moment, right this second, everything that I believe is happening is still happening the way I believe it. So that when I believe it was going up, it's not showing me on the 5 that it actually is turning around and going down. Or that there's a wick pointing down, so it's getting weaker. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's the confirmation. That's why Jerry says.
Yeah,
if I-
usually most people use the 15, but enter on the 5 in this room. That's why I was wondering.
Right. And that's what I'm saying, right? Like,
John is just saying it a different way. Your setup is on the 15, but you're actually making the trade off the 5 after the confirmation.
right. But the point that I'm really trying to make though is that too many people here are really relying much too much on the 5, so that every time they see the 5 go one direction or the other direction, right? They're like, I got to get in, I got to get out, I got to get in, I got to get out, right? And because
Oh
there's
yeah,
so-
you'll kill yourself doing that.
Right, right. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't do that, right? You have to know what you're using the 5 for. The 5 just gives you information to give you confirmation at what might be happening at any given moment. But the 15 will show you at the trend, right? Like, this is still what is happening now. So as long as everything looks like it's good now, right? The only thing you're using the 5 for is to see, is there something changing that gives me concern that the overall trend might be changing, that I might need to do something different. That's what looking for confirmation means. But if every single time you're trading off the 5 more than looking at the 15, you get a red candle or a green candle, and you're like, I got to make a decision every single time something comes up. Well, you can't stay in a trade, because the amount of times that the candles change on the 5 is so much that you're going to get a red candle, green candle, red candle, it's up, it's down, it's this. It's gonna
Right,
go-
unless it's a perfect trade, you know.
Right. You're going to go
where-
crazy.
Right. Oh, I think everybody agrees with that.
I'm saying that I know from talking to a lot of these people individually that not everyone understands that's how you're supposed to trade the 2 time frames. So you should be much more focused on the 15, much less focused on the 5. I think most people are much more focused on the 5 and much less focused on the 15. So practice focusing on the 15 and just using the 5 to confirm what is happening at any given time. Don't spend all day looking at the 5. And like I said, I am positive that that's what most of you guys are doing.
I'm guilty of that issue for sure.
Right. I know it. I know it. All new traders are, because they're so nervous about what's happening with the trade. They want to see what's happening right now. If I was sharing my screen, like I said, I could even show it like in more detail. But Jerry talks about it all the time. He says the same thing, right? You can't spend all your time looking at the 5 minute because you can't stay in trades that way.
Yep. Hey, Apple's going again.
Yeah, that last candle had that 15-minute candle had almost like a measured move look to it. So maybe another 50 cents.
Right. So
Right, now you want to look on the 5 minute and see where you want to enter this Apple if you haven't entered yet.
Right. So Apple did exactly what we wanted. So we were waiting for it to break out of the range. Now we got a good breakout. Looks really great. We got our target on the 15. So now the only thing that we might do here is we might look at the current candle. If I was looking at the 5 minute and I'm looking at the current candle and I can see that there's a little wick on top. Everyone who's looking at Apple should see that, right? So if you're looking at Apple, you should see that there's wick on top, not on the bottom. And so the only thing I know is it's green, it's in an uptrend, that's really good. So it still means the move is moving up. But when you see that there's a wick on top, that means it's pushing down. So that would tell me that I might not want to enter this second, I might want to wait because I'm looking for a solid candle, which means that it's pushing up, not pushing down. That's the confirmation you're looking for in the 5. Make sense?
Amazon's getting ready to go.
And because it was pushing down, if you look at Apple on the 5, the next 5-minute candle just came. And right now we have it pushing down. So if you waited, you were rewarded because you didn't enter early. So now you wait and you have this inside candle and you get a chance to see, is it going to continue to push higher or is it going to kind of stay here?
What do you figure a stop for the SPY? Maybe around 440.30?
I have to pull it up. So the SPY right now is at 439.92. Right?
Yeah.
It's pushing up.
Yep.
Okay, so I don't know where you entered, right? But what I see on my chart is on the 5-minute, right? The immediate 5-minute right now, it's caught between, not caught, but I'm just saying the resistance lines are at 440.28. That's the upper ADR, and at 439.51 is a pivot, right? So that's kind of a tight little area right there. The target for me would be
That's on the 5-minute?
I'm saying if I'm looking at my 5-minute, I can see a pivot at 439.53. And I see the upper ADR at 440.37.
Where do you see that pivot at? I don't see nothing to the left of where it's at right now on the 5-minute.
Well, I'm at SPY, I'm on SPX, I'm looking at SPY.
I'm on SPY as well.
Okay, my 5-minute SPY has a pivot at 439.48.
This is moving.
We must have different settings on the pivots.
Yeah, well, anyway, I also can see on the 15 that the VWAP,
Amazon's long. Momo hammer up.
VWAP is at 438.22. And like I said, the target for me would be at 440.33. So, I mean, I would just say that anything that stops for me would be either that pivot like at 439.51 or the VWAP at 438, 16, but also would have to do with where you entered, right? Like, I don't know if you're positive or, you know what I mean? So you got to take that in mind.
I entered on the 5-minute pivot, but my 5-minute pivot, last pivot was 439.50.
Yeah, that's what I have, 439.50. That's what I just said.
Okay, that was on the 5-minute.
Right.
Okay, and my next resistance zone is the 440.31, which is the ADR.
That's exactly what I said. I have the exact same things. But I'm saying I'm looking on the 15.
I must be going crazy. I thought I heard something different.
Right.
So that's why I asked, 440, around 440.30, right? Should be the next.
440.31 is the target.
Right, okay.
The pivot right below 439.50. And then as far as the stop is concerned, I mean, if you entered there, you should be green.
Yeah,
So-
I'm green.
So you might want to move your stop up. It's Momo hammering up on the 5. So my confirmation there is that the trend is strong, right? It's pushing.
Yep, it's the flip coming too. So see if they keep the machines on,
Yep.
just so everybody remembers that.
Yep.
Another 6 minutes, right? Yeah.
But I would move my stop up probably.
Right, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because, you're getting close to the target. So chances of it coming back down when it gets to target are pretty strong, right? It either is going to hit that and come back, or it's going to hit and go through. So if you're green, I'd be kind of inching my stop up to stay green and try to ride it all the way up to your target.
Right.
Yeah, see, if they
Okay,
keep
that's what I
blasting
think.
Amazon, just like Jerry's saying.
Hey, thanks, John.
Yeah.
See if they keep blasting SPY. If they keep blasting Amazon, SPY will follow.
I mean, the thing is, like, if you had a lot of room between where you are and the ADR, I probably would tell you not to have such a tight stop, right? But because you entered on the pivot and you're so close to your target, and the chances of it actually rejecting, and we don't know if it's going to move higher, in this case, I'd say keep a tighter stop, because if it rejects, you want to make sure you're green, and if it breaks through the pivot, you can just re-enter right away.
Right.
But if you literally had that upper ADR at like 441 or 442, and it had a strong uptrend, I might say you could keep a little bit of a looser stop, because you wouldn't want to get stopped out if it, bounces back a little bit.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
They're still buying Qs and SPY and healthcare, XLV and XLK.
Myrna is actually looking really good. Myrna broke through the high of the day, and it's pushing up to the upper ADR. So Myrna is long.
Yeah, that one. Probably UNH also, if you're in XLV. But yeah, that's where you want to be, in the Qs or SPY or XLV, in those names. Just like Jerry's saying too, Amazon right now, blasting.
So Netflix is coming back down. It's almost, you could almost take it short, although it's getting pretty close to the open, which is where I would have my first target. So I don't know if I'd enter here. But it basically reversed off the high. But if it breaks through at like around 512, it's got a lot of room to go back down. That could be a pretty good short.
I might have missed the whole conversation, so I apologize, but what's the resistance above this Amazon 15-minute pivot if it actually breaks out of here?
The ADR right now is at 3670.
Thank you.
But we are coming up to the 130 flip. So if you're not in anything, you might want to wait. Again, that's up to you. But
No, I'm waiting. I'm with you.
hey, Jerry, don't let me monopolize it. If you're back, man, take the reins, brother. I don't know if you're there. You might be on mute, or I guess unless you didn't hear me. All right, so here comes the flip. So let's see what we got here. So Myrna looks like it wants to keep pushing higher. Amazon, the last 4 candles have sort of been in a range. It kind of broke through the pivot and it's been coming back down to 36.58, 36.60. So it's not quite breaking out now. Once it got through that pivot. So we'll see if maybe we get the momentum here on this flip. Amazon has been very stubborn.
If the Qs and SPY keep going, I want to see if they take SMH with it or not. That's the only thing that's holding it back.
Yeah, well, you should do something about that. We could use your help. I have faith in you. How are you doing today? You having a good day? Good trading day? Tim? That was Tim, right? Who was just talking?
No, it wasn't me.
Who was the guy that was just talking about the Qs and the?
Nathan, I think it was.
Oh, Nathan. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, that was me talking.
How you doing today? How's your trading day going?
Oh, really good. We hit them good this morning.
Oh, good. Okay.
Sold early on Roku, but I don't care. It's highly profitable.
That's fine. I mean, if you're green, that's. Well, can't say that this flip has been a full fireworks so far. Unless I'm just looking in the wrong place. So Zoom kind of did what I thought it might do. If you look at it on the 30, came right up to the top of that second candle on the 30, broke through it inside. Now it's reversing back down. So Zoom could be short because it could come all the way back down to VWAP. That's a $2 move, or 356, which is the lower ADR. So anyway, Netflix actually kind of came back to the open. It looks like it's trying to go back up, so it could be ranging here. So Roku looks like it's trying to push up. Roku has got, so it's coming up on the prior month high. It's very, very close. The last month's high was at 462.99. So we're right at 460. So I wouldn't be surprised if it gets right up to 462.99 today. That's pretty close. Where's Tesla? So Tesla basically has just retraced. It's done the big V. So Tesla opened, went lower, pulled back to the VWAP, pulled lower to the lower ADR. So it's hit the lower ADR twice. Made a nice move higher right now. It's in a move. This move that it's made right now, actually, it's a $9 move. It moved from the lower ADR, broke through VWAP, and it's going back up to the open, but it's just about there. So it's essentially just retraced the move from the morning. It's done that full V or U. So we just need to watch and see what happens next. If it'll hit that and then reverse, and if it goes lower, it could be a good short, or if it'll stay there, or if it breaks through and goes higher. But this is kind of a good point. Once it gets here, if it gets to the open at 646.50, 646.22, that's a good point where it kind of has to make a decision to do something. So I'll watch that one. Are there any tickers that I'm not talking about that you guys want me to talk about?
John, what's your take on Etsy?
I'll tell you in 1 second. I'll pull that up right now. My wife loves it.
Yeah, I second that.
Right.
In fact, I think that might be why we're getting a little push right now. My wife's upstairs ordering something.
Yeah, right. Okay, so what I see on the 15 is it had a nice strong move up to the high at 209.67, right? Pulled back in range to about 208 here. A little bit below that. And now it's reversing. So it's basically coming back up to where it was before. So it's still inside this range, but it's trying to reverse. So if it gets past on the 5, there's a pivot here at the previous high. So if it could get to like 210, and again, even then it has to break through and we'd have to do all that stuff I said, right? Watch to see if it would break and pull back and everything. But if you can get to like 210, 210.25, something like that, get through and get a strong breakthrough, it would be long. But right now it's kind of ranging between like just below 208, like 207.75. And just about 209.75 in there. And so once it gets up to this pivot here, which it's just about there, we're looking to see if it'll break through. It's just about to hit it. If it hits it, it can break through. And now we got to see once it breaks through, what, you know, will it get through there or will it pull back? If it can get through there and break through and continue higher, then it will be long.
There's definitely natural buyers in it.
Yep. On the 15, considering that it's 140, I would say the volume is a little low, but I mean, I don't know if there'll be a flood of volume in the next 5 minutes, but the volume right now, even though it's moving up, volume is a little low compared to the last couple candles. So it's not a great breakout. I mean, it's not very strong volume for the move it's making right now. So just more reason to confirm the uptrend if I was going to go long if it breaks through here. Roku broke through the one line I had, just hit 461.80. And like I said, the previous monthly high is at basically 463. So it continues to show that it wants to get there. So it's a pretty safe bet if you went long on Roku. It's probably where it's going, and nothing's guaranteed. But it just keeps moving higher. It feels like it wants to hit that and then turn around, or at least get pretty dang close.
John, what do you think? By the way, I joined late today, like 10 minutes ago. So I don't know if you guys have been talking about Netflix at all, but so what do you think about Netflix for a swing to next week? I mean, I'm looking at it and it's, you know, it's at the bottom of the broadening formation. It tried to go 2 down today and then reversed and went 3. You know, so I'm not sure. What are you thinking about?
I'll tell you, let me pull, I gotta look at the daily and the weekly. So I'll do that in a second and pull it up. I just got a couple of alerts, so just give me 1 second. Pull it up. All right, so Netflix. All right, so a couple thoughts on Netflix. Now, Netflix is interesting on the swing side because I remember looking at this actually. So if you look at Netflix on the daily and weekly charts, it is, I kind of use the word ugly, but it just depends on your point of view. On the daily, it's right at the bottom of my current, I have a broadening formation. So it's bumping right up against the bottom of the broadening formation that I currently have it in. So it looks like it wants to reverse higher, right? At least that's what I'm seeing on the daily. So I started my broadening formation back on 7.6 and I have it going higher and lower, and it broke through a few times here, but it's really kind of bumping up against there, right? So technically, right, you would think that at some point, given it just had earnings and it's kind of low right now, it should want to turn, start to move higher. But if you look at the weekly on it, it trades in a range all the time. Like if you go all the way back to July, Netflix basically has been trading between 465 and like 560. So it's like $100 range, right? And it kind of moves up and down and up and down and up and down pretty consistently, right? And right now, in terms of that range, it's kind of right in the middle, right? If you were to draw a line, if you took the weekly and you went all the way back to July 6th, and you were to draw a line to where the current weekly close candle is, I mean, the bottom of it is almost dead smack in the middle. So I'm not saying that you couldn't swing it. What I'm saying is that if you're looking to hold it like a day, I could see where you might make a guess and say, oh, well, it feels like on the daily, it wants to kind of reverse higher. Right? But if you're looking at it in terms of the weekly, if I was going to swing it, right, based on the ranges, what I would like to see it do based on the previous price action, I would be more comfortable if I saw it get down to like in the fours, like 485. Again, you have to have the chart up to see what I'm seeing, because even in May and June, right, it has always kind of come back down here to like 485-ish. And then that is when it's always pushed back up. So your probability, right, of getting a direction, if you're getting it on the high side or the low side, right, has always been better looking at this chart. If you were going short on it, if you were like getting it at like 550 and going short, or you were buying it at like 485 and going long.
How long do you want to swing Netflix? I mean,
well,
that thing was horrible. It's like,
well,
I mean, look at that month is in the middle. The weeks are down. If anything, you wouldn't buy it until it breaks the week.
Right.
I
Well, that's
mean,
what
at 535.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So in terms of looking at it, in terms of having a clear direction to hold it, right? So
if you're going to do options, you're going to get that theta burn all weekend long. And then what are you going to do? Hope it goes up?
No,
I mean, look at the day. It's a 3-day. You already got your triangle right there.
Right.
Right. It could go right back down through that triangle on this 3-day.
I hear you. But the point I'm trying to make is when I try to swing when I do a swing trade, right? What I'm really betting on is the probability of the direction based on the prior price action and based on the setup of.
Why don't you wait? But why wouldn't you wait until you know what the?
I would.
What the direction is instead of guessing on the direction.
Well, in all fairness, Nathan, he's answering my question. He's not. I don't know that he's giving his opinion. He's just telling me what his thoughts are.
Oh no, I agree with that. I'm just saying, like, why wouldn't you wait for the direction? Today is a 3-day, so Monday, if it goes 3-2, yeah, okay, take it long. But why hold it over the weekend, getting all that theta burn when you don't know the direction? Because
Nathan,
today
Nathan,
is a 3.
Nathan, that's what I'm saying.
I think we're all in agreement, Nathan.
Right. I'm assessing the setup of it to say this is why what I see in the position. Right. And my answer to him was, so based on the reason why I see all this in the stock, until you get it in these places, you don't want to swing it. That's what I'm saying. Right. It's in the middle. If you can get it in these other places, I said, if you could get it at the high or the low, then you want to swing it. Right. That was the point I was making. Okay. I don't think you were following my point. Right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. I must have missed that.
Right. Right. He asked me, what do you think of Netflix? So I read the chart. I showed him how I read the weekly. I looked back at the timeline. I showed him where the range was. And he said, what would you do to swing it? And I showed him why I would swing it either this way or this way. And I gave him 2 price points where this is where you could swing it short and this is where you could swing it long. It's not in either of those points because I said it's right in the middle.
Have you got any good swing ideas for this week?
But Tim, right?
Yeah, Netflix. Netflix is a great swing for this week, Nathan.
But Tim, hopefully that's what you got from me. If I didn't communicate that well, I apologize. That
No, you nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. And and in all fairness, Nathan, your point is extremely valid too. which both of you guys are saying the same thing. So I absolutely appreciate both of your points. I can tell you, these are things that I still have to look at and learn how to read these things, because part of me was looking. So yeah, today's Friday, and there's clearly theta burn over the weekend. I was looking at the big, long red bars back on Wednesday, and looking at coming back through that.
So,
But
Tim, which chart were you looking at? So I know which you're looking at the daily or.
so I was looking at, which one am I looking at? Yeah, the daily. You can, yeah.
Okay, so you're looking at the daily and you were looking at the big bar, right? So there was a pretty big down move, right? I see a huge big down, right? Okay, got it.
Yeah, and so that was, that was my original thought coming back through there. And then, and I played it today and I made money today, which is great, and I'm happy with that. But I wasn't sure about whether or not this would be a good swing until next week. But having heard all of that, I think my opinion, or I think I know what the general consensus is, and I appreciate that.
Right.
One comment I would make, today's candle, it did go below the last 3 days.
Yep.
And then came right back up. And there's some analysts that'll call that an undercut and rally, which can give you a short-term up move. So the fact that you played it today made sense, and it could follow through next week. But I mean, I totally agree on the theta burn over the weekend. But I do think it's worth keeping a close eye on, because maybe it undercuts again on Monday and then comes back up, or if it just goes above today's high, I think that'd be a decent trigger, personally.
Yeah, and that's the reason I took the trade this morning, because I saw that it, it went outside. So I saw the inside day from yesterday. I watched it. It went outside to the downside, and then started coming back through. And then I hit it right around. It was like halfway through yesterday's, trading range, because I was anticipating the outside day today, which it did. So that was good. But overall, I totally agree. With now all three of you guys. I mean, you guys definitely make sense, and I appreciate the the insight.
Yeah, I mean, look, QQQs are up. So take a look at all the SMH names for next week that all have 2 down weeks, but time frame continuity is up. Like, NVIDIA. There's a bunch of other ones. Those will be good for next week to watch. Are they going to continue? Even AMD, look at it, went 3 week this week. Trying to look for some more. Xilinx, Marvell, all those, when you watch them next week, do they continue up? You'll make a ton of money. That's just how I look for ones for next week, because they're going to go 2 down, 2 up, and if they do take the 2 up, then you can make a ton of money.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all helpful. I think the one thing, like I said, I would just recommend, like I say with all this stuff, is, just have the fundamentals of how you approach a trade. Like when I was talking about options, right? If you're going to take a position options, right, you need to have a position. You're either bullish or bearish. So what I was saying about the swing trade here is, like, your first question you should be asking yourself is, well, why do I believe I want to swing it? And then what direction do I want to swing it, right? And why do I think that my probability of success is high? So those were the questions that I was sort of answering, right? Because inherently that's how I know how to swing, right? So those, you were saying to me, Tim, like that you need to get better at that, right? So when you look at the chart, right, you want to be looking at something and saying like, oh, I see that I've hit a point where every time it hits this point low, it almost always goes higher. where every time it hits this point in range, it always comes down lower, right? Then you want to be looking to see if the confirmation, like the other gentleman, the third gentleman had mentioned, right? Like sometimes you start to see the move. Like, you know, the strat, for example, this here is showing that on the daily, it's a 2 down, 1, 3. Well, a 3 doesn't really give us direction, right? So if I was going to swing this anyway on a 3, well, a 3 doesn't really tell us what's going to happen next. So I'd probably be waiting for the next candle anyway, just because I want to see if it's going to go one direction or the other. But if I got a direction that it was going to start reversing because the 3 is a good candle where reversal can happen or something like that, that would also be a good signal, right? Where you might say, oh, I think I could take it up, right? But again, we just said that it was inside. So you already know that where it's located isn't a great place to start. So that was my point, is that on any trade, right, you're always trying to increase the probability of success. So if you can't answer some of those questions, right, then you're like, well, that's not a great trade, because like, based on what I know, the chances of it working out aren't that great.
Right. And you're right. The 3 is the reversal. The 3 is the reversal, especially on a higher time frame. I mean, it's a triangle too, but that's definitely a reversal.
Well, what I was looking at was on the daily, I was looking at 2-1, right? So it was an inside day yesterday, and then today it went 2 down and then reversed up. So that wouldn't, to you guys, that wouldn't be directional, since it tried to take out the low, and it was an inside bar the day before, and then reversed and came right back through. So from a directional perspective,
Yeah, that's a rev strat. That's
Yeah,
directionally
well,
up.
But
Yeah.
this is the thing. It still doesn't get away from the fact that if you do take an option position today, you're going to lose some time. But you know, you're
Yeah.
gonna get a
I
little
think we
yeah,
all-
take the option factor out of it. So
Yeah.
I guess,
We all
you
agree
know,
on
I mean,
that.
just from a pure strat perspective, I was just looking at this. But you know, I mean, are you guys looking at it the same way I am, as far as it being directional? It's, you know, it's told me, yeah, we tried to take it lower, it didn't work, and now we're going back through. back up.
Oh yeah.
My
Oh
bet,
yeah, definitely.
my bet is that it's up next week, personally, based on what I see right now, because ultimately, you did have it go below the range, not by much, but it still did. And you know, you've now got, plus you've got earnings out of the way. And what I've also noticed is when you've got a stock that's been in a downtrend for multiple days in a row, and then you get a 3, a lot of times you'll get some upside off of that, even if it doesn't, even if it's not a huge amount, it's worth it. It could be a trade.
Oh yeah, it's 3-2 on the week, so it's 3-2
Nathan.
down. So next week, I mean, you're golden if it takes it. You're golden.
Nathan, one thing that you're saying, just to be clear, that's not a true statement, what you just said. A 3 is not a reversal. If you just look at Netflix on the daily chart, there's a whole bunch of examples of 3s where there was a 3, the next day was inside, then it continued the trend lower. There were
All right, look,
3s.
on the daily, the Netflix is a rev strat. It went 1-3. That's a reversal. It's a 1-3.
That's not.
I've been doing the strat for years and years. Okay, this is, you can ask Rob. That is a rev strat. That's a classic rev strat. It's
Yeah,
a 1-3.
it's a 1-bar rev strat for sure.
And you do,
It's
but you
definitely
do,
a 1-bar rev strat.
you do want it to stay green today. You know, if it reversed and went lower by the end of the day, that would invalidate it somewhat. But
Well,
right now,
yeah, but it's still a rev strat, no matter
I
what.
agree.
Once a 3, always a 3, can't not be. So
No,
now
and-
next week it's a great setup, because now you're looking for it to go 3, 2 down, 2 up on the week. But today is definitely a rev strat.
I agree. I mean, there's no debating that. I agree.
Well, somebody in here is debating it, and that's we got to get that clear.
Nathan, you're coming in hot today, man.
No, when people start with these, it's not a reversal. It's, man, I mean, this is what the strat is all about, is looking for those exact type of reversals. Now, should you take an option on it and hold it over the weekend? Well, hell no, you shouldn't, because the strat even says you shouldn't. The strat says wait until you know the direction. So we're going to wait till next week. But Yeah, that RevStrat, I mean, those are money all day long. Even Jerry will say it. What Jerry points out all the time are RevStrat.
Nathan, I'm not trying to get into an argument with you, so I apologize if what I said didn't come off right. I was talking about direction. I'm not trying to get into semantics of it. It may be a reversal. What I'm saying is that because it's a 3, you don't have confirmation of direction until you get a 2 up or a 2 down, right? You have an inside 1 and a 3. So yes, technically it may be reversal, but until you get the next candle going up or down, you don't know which direction it's going. So thank you for clarifying that.
Right, and that's why you're waiting. No, you're fine. That's why you're waiting until next week. Because here, look at it like this. No, you're fine. Look at it like
I know,
this.
but
man.
you're getting very.
It's a 2 up
I'm not
month.
trying to argue with you, so let's just bring the tone down a little. I hear you. It was a very good point. I wasn't trying to debate you whether or not it was a rev strat, so my apologies, right? But I was trying to say, and if I misspoke, then I was wrong. I apologize, right? I was trying to say that you don't have confirmation on direction. So thank you for clarifying that, right? That's helpful for everyone else, right?
Yeah, definitely. Where do you need a 2 up to clarify your direction?
So if you have a 2 down and an inside and a 3, right? So right now you've got a 3. So you basically have both sides, it expanded to both sides, right? So it could be a reversal, right? But the next candle, since the 3 could go up or it could go down. So for me, I'm waiting for the next candle, right? After the 3, because I'm still waiting to see, is it going to go up or is it going to go down? But to your point, right, what you said about it being a reversal, yes, I get it. It definitely is a reversal because it's a 3. Based on the strat, it's a 3. 100%. I agree with you. I missed.
Oh yeah. So
I apologize.
Oh no, you're fine. Anyway, look at it like this. Netflix is a 2 up month. Okay, so you've been looking for this corrective activity that we've had today. So now on Monday, if it goes 2 up, I mean, you should definitely be in because now you got a 3, 2 down, possibly 2 up on the week in a 2 up month. So you're trading with full time frame continuity, right? As soon as it takes that week back up, which is right around, I don't know, 535, 536 ish, you know, but you could get in a little bit early if it takes the day up. It goes 3-2 day. This is exactly what you're looking for, you know, especially on the long side. You know, it's a 2 up month. It should be going up, you know, and now it had some corrective activity. You know, this is same thing with all those SMHs, all those SMH stocks. I mean, this is going to be good if they take it, if they continue buying it.
And not to try to complicate it, but really every trader has their own style of entry. I mean, some people might want to try to get in it now, assuming, you know, taking a chance that it is going to follow through to the upside just based on today's 3. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that as long as you got a stop.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yep. And
yeah, it's all about your risk appetite. I mean, you could buy some deep in the money calls that expire a month from now on Netflix and make a ton of money if you're right, you know. And if you're wrong, you'd only lose a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yep. No, I think that's all good. And I think it's helpful that you're clarifying all this stuff because I think everyone can learn from it. And I appreciate you sharing all that stuff with everyone, and certainly don't want to give people the wrong terminology. So, you know, thank you for clarifying all that. And again, my apologies if I misspoke.
Oh man, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Hey, let's look at Apple. I mean, what do you guys think of Apple? That might be a good swing. Look, it's a 2 up month. It's a 2 down week, but time frame continuity is up. You know what I mean? So next week you're looking for a 2 down, 2 up week. Another good one to maybe keep, or if you want to swing it over the weekend, I mean, they're pretty cheap. You might not lose a lot of money, and you could make good money if it keeps going, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't swing over the weekend, me personally. I'm not saying you couldn't, right? But like, that's not my strategy, but I'm not saying that because that's a bad strategy. Like, I just wouldn't do that just because.
No, me too. I don't, I sometimes I do it, but I mean, these are the things you guys, I think, should be looking for, is these for next week.
But I do think that, and then, like I said, the other thing is that I don't know who the third gentleman's talking, so I apologize. I don't know your name, because I think he makes a good point too. Is
Daniel.
Daniel,
Yeah.
Great. I also think that, like when it comes to the strat, I love the strat because I think it's very easy to understand. But one of the things I like about the strat, and this is me personally, right, is that I like to use the strat to help me increase my probabilities. So I liked what he said. So I don't really look at a 3 probably the same way. And I'm not saying I'm right, by the way. I want to be very clear. I don't like to look at a 3 and say like, oh, the playbook, right? I think the playbooks are great. And I think they probably are excellent to run that way. But I like to look at the plays to try to use to increase my confidence in direction, right? And, so if I get an extra candle and, right, tells me a direction, things like that, right? So that is one of the ways I will trade, right? So to your point about a 3 or a 2, right? So if I see an inside day and then an outside day, and I'm trying to make a trade hard in a bullish or bearish direction, right? I might wait for another candle, especially if it's been going down. I might not jump on it as fast, but that's my trading style. That might not be everyone else's trading style. You know what I mean? So I think that was an excellent point that Daniel made, right? Other people, everyone has their own way of looking at it. But I do think that what you said, Daniel, was really good about the fact that, like, if you see it though, it's a great signal to say, man, there could be something great happening here. So I'm going to be all over this, right? You recognize.
Good conversation, guys.
So I think that's really good.
Good conversation.
Yeah, definitely. And don't take the way I say it as coming off rude. I try not to. I know it doesn't sound like that, but don't take it personally. It's just how I talk. All right. Even my family says that. I'm like, I'm not trying. So I was in the Navy for many years, so that's just kind of how we talk.
Hey, I was just wondering, this is Dave speaking. Is anyone still in Roku right now? Because I was off the stream for a little bit.
I am not. I saw it kind of moving higher, but it was getting close to the target that I had said it broke through.
Okay.
It went up to 466. So it broke through. But if you look at on the 5, once it broke through, it did slow down a little bit. That was my concern, that when it broke the monthly high, that like I didn't want to this is my thinking. I was like, oh wow, this is awesome. It broke through. Really needed to be in it before it broke. So I wish I would have been in it at 458. It broke through that monthly. It kind of came up here, and now it kind of got up to like 466. And now it's sort of hanging here at 466. So we're at a point now where if it really starts moving again, it'd be a great top place to go long. But we need a good signal long again, because it could pull back, because it's broken through that monthly high.
Right.
It's still looking strong.
It is. And one thing I wanted to tell everybody is I'm relatively new to the group. I first started, getting on the stream and just listening. And this is like my 3rd week. And through Jerry's teaching and yours, John, I mean, my consistency has been amazing this week. But I just have to say this about Roku. Today was my biggest fail, because I didn't have the guts and I wussed out in the first 15 minutes. And I did it, and I should have listened to Jerry, because if I just held, I'm not saying I would have held the entire time, but if I just held for the first hour, oh my God, I would have had an amazing day. I mean, I still walked away with profits, but I left over, I don't know, $1,500 on the table today, and it's bothering me. And then I stopped trading just for that, because I'm just frustrated.
Well,
did you see the entry on Roku?
Green.
The second entry
green,
called out?
but I could have quadrupled my or quintupled my win today, and I just wussed out. And I'm killing myself over it.
It's not a fail.
Did you watch? Did you listen when we said to
but
enter
then I
it
got
again?
scared, because when we had the first red bar, because I was looking at the 5-minute chart in the first 15 minutes, I said, okay, I thought this was just going to be, just one of those early morning pops, and then it was good. And I thought it was going to fade. And if I waited maybe another 2 minutes, I should have opened my mouth. I should have asked Jerry. I
Well,
didn't.
that first
And that's
red
my
bar
fault.
is when we joined the
Amazon?
ask.
Yeah. I heard you say join the ask and I should have. My
Yep,
bad is.
and then about 5 minutes later, it took that rev strat up, and
Yeah,
Jerry said,
yeah.
"Oh, okay, you can enter again."
And I did. If I asked Jerry before I should have just asked Jerry. That's what I'm trying to tell everybody. And that was my mistake. But I'm happy for everyone who held. I'm really happy for everybody.
But never be mad with profit. I did the same thing. I mean, I got back in for only one contract though, but
yeah,
the first
yeah,
one,
I
yeah,
hear you.
joined the ask, made some good money, called it out, and then the second one we got in, but I still didn't even hold that one long enough. But never be mad with profit.
It's just that like Roku has probably the best day of the year. And it's like, damn, why did I wuss out today? Oh well. It's okay.
Roku happens every day with one of these stocks. You see it all the time. Don't even worry about it. Jerry will call them out all day long.
But I'm okay, guys. I just will let you know I'm okay. And the thing is, I was consistent. I have not had one single red day all week. And that's for me, that's a personal record. So I'm just chugging along and I just keep following you guys. And I love what Jerry has to say. It's so educational and, everyone on here, I mean, we're blessed to have them. So that's it. I didn't mean to monopolize
No,
everyone's time.
I'm glad you're speaking up, man. That's great. And I love you sharing your story. And, first of all,
rejoice.
You shouldn't look at not holding as wussing out. I mean, and I'm not saying that to make you feel better. Right.
Don't worry about it, Dave. Yesterday afternoon, we were all on here talking, and we started talking about like lotto plays for tomorrow. And we were talking, and I was like, "Oh, the Roku has been closing every week. It's closes the week around 4:31 for 3 straight weeks." I was like, "I'm thinking about the 4:30 lottos." Well, how do you think I feel today that I didn't do that?
Yeah, and SPY and SPX are kicking butt today as well. I was like, ugh. I played SPY as well. But my goodness, I should have stuck to my guns with SPX today. I didn't. But it's okay, guys. We live and
Another
learn.
opportunity will come about. You'll be good.
And
Is
I'm
anyone watching Amazon?
Yeah, I am. Yes.
Yeah.
So, but what I would say to you is that part of feeling confident about staying in the trades, I was talking about that before, right? Will be about how you start to get more comfortable reading the price action, right? And getting more comfortable in knowing where the breaks are and knowing, controlling your risk and knowing where you want to set your stops and re-entering. So I think you'll find as a trader, I don't know how good of a trader you are or how long you've been trading, but when you don't feel quite as confident as a trader, right? You will feel more tentative and feel like you want to jump out quicker.
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So when you sit there and say, I feel like a wuss, I mean, it's the same thing I was telling Olivia before, right? When she was talking about feeling nervous. Well, when you're scared of controlling your risk, you're going to feel nervous. So what when you're saying is about, I felt like a wuss, is actually really you just saying, I'm inexperienced and I'm not confident that I know exactly what to do, when to do it. Well, that's not being a wuss. That's just you needing to learn. So
right.
So every day you're going to get better. You're going to see that you'll be able to stay in trades longer and you'll execute with more confidence. That's all. I don't know.
Yeah.
When I hear people say stuff like that, I kind of like, you're already thinking about it wrong, right?
Yeah.
Like there's no medal for staying in and taking huge losses. You want to see someone who stays in and takes big losses. You should watch me last week. All I did was lose a shitload of money. And because I didn't listen to Jerry, like that's not the right way to trade. Okay. You want to stay green, stick to your rules, learn the right way to do it, control your risk, and then get better every day, right? And then every day you get better, you'll find that you'll have more confidence about when to be in and out of trades.
Yep.
And, the other thing Jerry says, which I couldn't agree more. I mean, I say it all the time because I think it's some of the best advice you could possibly get is we're not in this to try to catch 100% of the move, right? We're not even in it to get 50% of the move because we don't know what the move is going to be, right? We're in it to catch the move that we get in as close to being green as possible. And we want to catch a good chunk of the move, right? And we want to sell into strength, right? So
Right.
we don't want to be waiting and hoping that it goes against us and then begging it to come back up. So if you get in and you're not losing money after you get in the trade, and when the trade goes up, right, you sell into strength. So it's still going up. When you have your sell order in, right, and it comes to you, then you've executed a good trade.
One thing I will say is, getting back to Roku again, is probably what I'm kicking myself. I should have asked Jerry what he felt what the target was at the time, and had he given me a number that was quote unquote achievable based on the strat. And look, I was looking at the candle bars, then I would have held off. But that's it. I mean, it's just a lesson learned here.
Okay, well, hopefully.
Hey, since the market is so up today, another good thing I try to do, and I think Jerry does this too, and Corey I know, is look at all the stocks that are going down, like Intest. So when the market comes back in, you know, a stock like NTES that's going down when the market is up, it's going to go even more down. You know what I mean? So that's another thing you can look at for next week. Intel might be another one. VeriSign. Things like that, because the market's way up today.
Well, the one thing I was just going to say is that I'm trying to, and I know Jerry's trying to encourage people to feel comfortable that this room is for everyone to participate and to ask questions, and everyone should feel comfortable, right? So it's great that you're speaking up. Hopefully there's not another day goes by that you feel like you missed out on something because you couldn't ask the question. So I'm glad you spoke up, and hopefully now you know that it's very easy, and your your questions are welcome and your opinions are welcome.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
And then I'll speak up more
definitely
in
speak
the
up.
future if I have a question. It's just that I felt that I would have been interrupting Jerry. In the first 15 minutes, I know he's rocking and rolling, and he's scalping here and there, and then I hate to interrupt him when he's in the middle of that. So
You can't annoy people more than Joe, so believe me, you're fine.
Oh, really?
Okay, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I'll just listen now. Thanks.
Yeah, even if you don't want to interrupt him, just put it in the chat, and he'll look at that in the first 15 minutes and answer your question.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
I'm kidding, Joe. You know I love you.
No, that's all good. I know. I'm a quiet person. I think you're confusing me with Corey.
Where is Corey? Did he leave for the day?
I don't know. He's been quiet lately.
Hey, I got a question, Nathan, for you, if it's possible. Can you help me understand? You had said that SMH, the stocks in SMH might be something of interest next week. What do you see now today that makes you say, okay, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and keep an eye on NVIDIA and AMD and Intel and those things next week?
Okay, so the SMH, I think it has about 25-ish stocks, roughly right around there. So if you notice, a lot of them have gone 3 week. So they've gone 3, or they're 2 down week, but the time frame continuity is up. So if you look at all their charts, if they go 2 down and the next week go 2 up, they got a big range to go through. And we also know that the Qs are up, and we also know that there's a chip shortage. So these companies have to be making money hand over fist. So that's what gets me going on that, is that the possible reversal of next week, and obviously they're getting bought up. I mean, look at, I think, what was it, Monday or Tuesday when the market was down? Was that I think it was Monday.
Yeah, Nathan, for everyone that's on the call, you should, if you don't know this, SMH is the semiconductor chip maker ETF. So
Yes. And so what I do is I watch all of those, right? And then you can break them down into names of individual stocks. So anyway, when Monday, when the market was down, SMH was up huge. So we know the big institutional buyers are rotating into SMH, and it looks like it's continued through this week. So hopefully next week, if they can all go 2 down, 2 up, or 3, 2 up, then you can make some good money. So that's what gets me interested in them.
When you say next week you can go 2 down, 2 up, you're saying on a daily basis, or because
No, on the weeklies. So if you look at all their weeklies,
so it's 2
the
down,
weeklies right now are going to end
so-
2 down.
Yeah, so I'm looking at NVIDIA. So on the week it's 2 down, but green. So next week you'd be looking for a 2 up to continue the momentum for this week, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, correct. Because then you know it's reversed on the weekly, which is a big signal.
Yeah. Now you would have, like, would you? So okay. So let's say that. All right. So how would you play that on a daily basis then? So you'd look for the 2 up on the week, and then you'd be looking for what, like a hammer, shooter, inside bar, something like that to play on the day.
Yeah, so like on Monday, if it takes the week, I'd immediately be in, and I try to enter on the 5-minute charts. Another thing you could do is you can let it open and then enter on the 5-minute charts after the first hour. But yeah, if it takes that week, because you're in a 2 up month, it'll be a 2 down, 2 up week. So if you're looking at NVIDIA, it should be, you would want to enter about 197-ish, maybe almost 198. Yeah, that's when you should enter, when it takes that week, because this week is 2 down, right? But look, it's forming a hammer. So if it takes that, it has a big range to go through. And that's the same thing. Well, it's forming a hammer on the month, but also on the day today. Look at this 2 down day is a hammer. Yeah. So that'd be a hammer and up on the day, a 2 down, 2 up on the week in a 2 up month. So we're trading back into full time frame continuity. And if you notice on the SMH stocks, the different names, a lot of them are doing that. And if they aren't doing that, they're doing a 3. They've already taken the whole week. So that's what gets me interested.
And I mean, the SMH,
thanks for your insight there.
the SMH looks identical to NVIDIA. I mean, the chart of it.
Because my personal favorites are reversals back into full time frame continuity is my favorite trades by far. And full time frame continuity meaning the month, the week, the day, the 60.
Does it matter to you? I mean, does this make it better that this week it actually tested below last week and then now it's gone fully green? I mean, just the fact that it fished below is not bad either, right?
No, I actually like that because that's what made it a 2 down week. But now so it is a 2 down week, but the time frame continuity is up, meaning they're buying it. Somebody's buying it. Institutions are probably buying it. The buyers are back.
It's a 2 down week with the green close, basically.
Yeah. The green on that 2 down week, all that is time frame continuity. You know that time frame continuity is up.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, that it tells me that the institutional buyers are back because on the monthly, it's a 2 up, on the monthly. So that means institutional buyers were buying it at some point, and then they stepped away. People probably took their profits, and now it's coming back. I mean, again, look on Monday. Look how high the SMH itself. That means they were buying all SMH stocks, not just NVIDIA. They were buying everything in the SMH across the board. So it could be good next week. That's all I'm saying.
I got to start paying more attention to time frame continuity. I feel like over the last few weeks or months, I've gotten away with really paying attention to it on the higher time frames.
Yeah, it's one of the universal truths to the strat. One of them is time frame continuity.
Yeah.
So it's very important. I have found that my odds are way better for a successful trade when I trade a reversal back into full time frame continuity. Now, not saying that every trade I do does that. I just found that my best odds, my best money is when I do that. So I try to stick to only those trades.
And I mean, you're going all the way up to the month as far as full-time frame continuity in that example?
Yes, if possible, the month. Definitely the week, but I really like the month too.
Yeah. Cool.
I love actionable signals, hammers, shooters. Those are good too. Inside bars.
To me, that's a really good explanation, the way you presented it. And again, the fact that it went lower on the month and then came back up and went green. I mean, on the week, excuse me, and then on the month, you get the confirmation, and it makes total sense. And then you think about, like you said earlier, the chip shortage. I mean, there's fundamental reasons for that to be the case as well. So.
Yeah, it's like the week is showing you that the institutional buyers are buying it. That there's day traders aren't buying all this volume in every single one of the SMHs. That's institutional buying right there.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hit the beach. So have a great weekend, and I'll catch up with you guys on Monday.
Oh,
All
the
right.
beach, huh?
All right,
Nice.
Tim. Good questions, man. That was great. Great.
Well, I appreciate the feedback.
No, I mean, I'm just saying it was great to get that. And Nathan, it was good. It was really good to talk.
Oh yeah, this is great when Jerry's off.
Well, I was going to say, we don't talk about full-time time frame continuity enough. And actually it's really important. And there's a lot of power in it. So I agree that the things you were just saying, like, great stuff.
Yeah, I totally agree. Totally agree.
Yeah, and this
All right,
is
guys.
the perfect time to do it. Yep, take it easy, Tim. This is a perfect time to do it, is when Jerry's off, the end of the day, everybody, this is a great time because a lot of people here have a lot of great insights, and I love it. That's why I love this room. And I'm here as often as I can be when work allows it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, and that's why, I mean, I like that. Like, I like to think of it, the toolkit, and, the strat is a very powerful part of the toolkit. I mean, I think that, it definitely, there's so many good things about what it does and the way it helps you to think about how to make decisions and the things that like you said, the truths. I mean, those parts are really good, right? I mean, if you follow them, those things do work. And I think it also makes it very easy to understand, especially for people who aren't trading. But I hate to say that because I don't really think it matters if you're a novice trader or an experienced trader. I think it works well either way.
Right. And again, you don't have to trade options. You can do this with common, so then on the, like, if the SMH names, there's some cheap names on there. ON, MU. I mean, if they do it, you can STM is another one. If they take the move up and you're just doing common, you can practice this and then work your way into options where,
Oh yeah, I don't really worry about what I'm the vehicle I'm trading. I use it consistently. I agree 100%.
Oh yeah. I was talking like that lady earlier. I mean, I feel bad when people lose money in options. Like, if you're doing that, just stop. Try it with common first so you get the hang, and then because you can lose money quick.
Oh yeah. And that's why I keep hammering home this idea that, like, I think starting with commons absolutely is easier, but But I also try to tell people who don't really understand options and they get into it. I'm like, there are options that are not risky. Like you can do options that move really slow, but don't go trading Amazon, Tesla. I mean, you shouldn't be doing options if you don't know what you're doing. But if for some reason you find yourself doing it, like there are options that you will be able to minimize your pain. I mean, people got to make their own decisions. If that's what they want to do, well, it's their money.
Right. I agree. And even Jerry talks about, look, just do very deep in the money options. They don't have to expire today, maybe expire in a couple weeks, because then they'll move slower because they're deep in the money. You know what I mean? And then you can do that. But if you're picking some out of the money, as I've seen people on here do, and they just get killed, I feel bad for them. That's all.
Right. But I mean, if you trade in like Bank of America or something, it's
that's a good one. Starbucks.
Well,
Even
that's what I'm saying.
today.
Just a practice. It's just not going to move like Tesla. You're not going to. If you make a mistake, it's not going to bankrupt you because the implied volatility is just not the same.
Right, and that's where the strat works the best, is in high volatility. So
Yeah.
then you take the strat, you add it to your pivot points. Man, this is it's great.
So Tesla's looking pretty good. I'm going to go long there. I've got a contract long in Amazon. It's sort of kind of hanging around. It looks like it wants to push higher. But Tesla looks pretty good. Myrna is still pushing. It's actually pushing above the ADR. But Tesla is looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, Tesla looks good. And it looks good for next week too. Look at that setup. Same thing we were just talking about,
Yeah. So I'm going to.
But it looks good now too. I mean, it's blasting off.
I'm going to try to go long here. I just went long, one contract to see. Try to keep them small here.
The days, do they expire today?
I buy them a week out. So I'm buying next week.
Oh, good deal. Okay, good.
Yeah, I buy next week. So I got one contract open right now in Tesla. I got one contract open in Amazon. And if they go against me, then I'll cut them. Netflix was looking good. And I was thinking about entering that again. I've made some money in that today, but it's pulled quick back. And so I decided against that one. So we'll see. But that's what I'm in now. Myrna, I'd love to enter, but it's right up on that ADR. So I don't like to enter them when they get close to the ADR because that tends to be a pretty strong resistance point for a lot of tickers. SE's come on pretty strong, but that's right at the ADR as well. Etsy's really good right now. Etsy's broken out and it's above all the resistance points. So Etsy's long if someone's looking for something. Those are the AMD. Yeah, it doesn't look that great. I don't know if I can do that in AMD right now. Is anyone in any contracts right now? Is anyone long in anything?
Now I'm just still long lows from way
yeah?
earlier.
How's that? What's that looking like right now?
Yes, I'm up about $100.
Okay.
I only got one. Other than that, I've mainly been watching.
That's fine. That's good.
I made most my big money this morning in the first
Yeah.
hour.
Yeah, me too. I'm not really trying to take too much risk right now. I'm gonna screw up my whole day by being stupid right now. Anyone else? Anybody else have anything going on besides me and Nathan? So we just got to the 230 flip, so 235 will be interesting to see if we got anything. It's Friday, you know, so I agree. I wouldn't take any huge chances, but
What do you guys think about Twitter? Looks to be making a 3 on the week. Looks like on the month, it's a 2. And they've gotten their earnings out of the way. That to me just seems like it might be a decent swing to go back towards its high, which would be about 75, 76.
yeah, let me look at the weekly here. I mean, it's definitely in an uptrend right now. It's had, the weekly's been 3 threes in a row, and it's been uptrend steadily the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 weeks in a row. So previous high was 80.75.
I mean, I'd like to see it close well today, but you know, they did report good earnings. I think there've been, you know, it's clearly been the laggard of the social media companies, but I do think that, you know, they've been making more money. Their sales have been increasing, and I don't know, it just seems to me like it ought to at least be able to get back to 75 or 6. And that's a pretty good little way from here. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, you know, it hasn't had the momentum that the other stocks have had, you know, their peers. So that's the only thing that's frustrating about them, you know. So
no, that's a very good point.
that's the only thing I would say is that everything about the stock says it should be going up. It just doesn't seem to get the same momentum. So, but other than that, you know, I guess when I look at stocks like that, you know, I always think about, it's more about risk reward, right? So it's obviously in an uptrend. It's going to go up, but you know, it's certainly not going to give you the return. It's not going to have the momentum that a Google, an Amazon, a Facebook, or any of the other ones have. You know, it probably has limited upside. So, you know, you just have to decide if that is attractive to you. And if that move is attractive to you, then, you know, I think that's your answer. Hey, Elsa.
I just took a entry into AMD, trying to cheat a little bit, but we'll see.
I don't have, hold on a second. Elsa's mic is,
Hey, I posted my current market watch list, and that's how I figure out like where SMH and all the other ones are in accordance with the day, you know, where they're going to. I use that watch list. It has a bunch of good things on it.
yeah, hold on a second. I'm trying to get Elsa to mute herself, but I can't. I can't. I don't have the what do you call it? I'm not the host, so I can't
Can't
mute
turn
her.
the mic off? Oh, I thought you could.
I can if I'm the host, but Jerry's the.
Elsa, your mic is on.
Let me text Jerry.
Elsa, turn your mic off. Elsa, can you hear? Yes, she can't hear.
Wherever she is pretty loud, so she may not hear us.
Yeah, I texted Jerry, so we'll see. If he gets back to me.
Roku, what a day.
Yeah, it's strong. Even Myrna's still pushing. All right, Jerry just texted me. He's gonna make me the host so I can take care of that.
Hey, everybody. Hey, I'm gonna make John the host. I'm gonna call it for the day. The market's kind of chopping sideways, and if we try to force something, well, in my case, if I try to force a trade, I'm gonna end up giving money back. So it's just safer to keep the money I made this morning and call it a week. So I appreciate y'all, and y'all have a great weekend. I'll see you Monday morning.
All right,
Thanks,
Jerry, have a
Jerry.
good weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Is oh, there we go.
And now the host. And
I got it. All right.
Is Nathan still here?
Yeah, he's here.
If you look at Dash, is that one of those scenarios where, it has a 3 week and now you wait, DASH, and then you wait till next week where it's like the month is green, the week would turn green in the day, like, because then after this, and it breaks out here on the daily pivot, it looks like it's got a lot of room above it.
this has been just a gap fill.
Yeah, Myrna's strong too.
Yeah, be
Roku-
careful with the
Roku-
Myrna on Fridays. Hard to get out.
Yeah, Myrna's still. Roku's still pushing. Amazon's so close, it keeps wanting to break out, but it just won't do it. Just won't follow through.
All right, y'all. Have a good weekend. See you Monday.
All right, Big Jerry.
Take care.
Thank you.
Netflix is trying to push here a little bit, but I don't know. I'm not gonna mess with this one, but man, Roku, I just can't believe it busted through there and it's still going, man. This stock is just in fuego. Tesla bounced up against the close. So I just got a quick scalp when I got back out of it. And I made a little bit, just a tiny bit of money. But Amazon here. So we're hanging on, but it's not looking good. So I'm gonna have to cut this one. It's in a very tight range right now. So I don't want to give too much rope. It's been dojiing for a while on the 60. Big doji, last candle, big doji now. So I'm curious, every day it seems to get a little bit of strength at the end, but it's Friday, so you know, all bets are off. I still feel like Amazon wants to get that 3670 ADR, but man, Netflix is pushing again. Just went green in the current 30 candle. Just keeps inching its way higher all day. My dog is such a lunatic, like shakes my entire house every time he goes up and down step.
John, could you look at Dash and tell, like, you know how you guys were talking about the full time frame continuity going forward? I know not this week, but just how that appears, how to think about it, I guess.
Yeah, just hold on a second. I'm watching Amazon here. If it breaks my pivot, I'm gonna have to.
You should be able to share your screen too, John, right?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, hold on a second. This is the one I'm in right now. Man, even when Jerry's gone, he still has that damn radar. Yeah. I think I picked wrong. I should do something with Roku, man. Roku's still pushing. Roku, Netflix, those are stocks of the day. I'm not ignoring you, Ben. Just give me a second.
No, that's fine. Trade away, man.
I know, I'm just. Amazon's in its range. It's kind of come down to the bottom here and it's like wicking up and coming down, and I gotta watch it for a second because it's either gonna, if it breaks, I'm gonna have to cut it. But I'm hoping it might turn around because it keeps kind of pushing up, but I can't give it too much. I'm also trying to keep myself from jumping into Roku and Netflix because I know as soon as I do, they're going to turn on me. And I did that last Friday and it was a mistake, so I'm not doing that. This 15-minute candle was a little bit of a sell going on. Got some people here at my house, so sorry for the background noise. Costco is still pushing up.
Let me say right, John.
Hold on, guys. All right, I'm back here. And Amazon just doesn't seem to want to make up its mind here. Sitting right on the pivot on the 15. Suck. I hate you, Amazon. You've been so annoying this week. Just will not cooperate. Come on.
Have a good weekend, everybody. I'm out of here.
Take care.
I'm trying to deal with this trade. It's not cooperating, so I'm sorry. I'm not trying to.
No,
be-
it's all good. It's all good, man. Handle your business.
Yeah, if this thing will just close, it's getting very close, but it's just not cooperating, so I apologize.
No apologies necessary, man. You're trading too, so you got to handle your business.
Yeah,
That comes first.
yeah, this thing just doesn't, the stock just freaking hates me this week. I don't really know why, but it just doesn't want to cooperate with me for some reason. But that's trading, I guess. So, okay, we'll see you later, man.
All right, take it easy. Have a good weekend.
Well, I just got it to fill, so that's good news. Eh, Amazon has just been like, it just is crazy how much it just is. It's like every dollar, just you have to like squeeze out like you're begging for it.
I don't know. For Shopify, I feel like I always buy the highest point. I'm just not good at getting entries in there.
Now Amazon seems to get a little bit of momentum, but I don't know if it'll break or not. Yeah. I'm gonna focus on trading the close. Unless there's some pressing questions you guys want me to answer. I don't have any open positions a second, but I want to try to see if I can catch a few longs or shorts here before I've gone, since I'm gone next week. But I don't want to do anything stupid, so I was able to avoid that. So that was good. But I still feel like Amazon is gonna want to break out of this thing here. But I'm gonna wait and see what happens. Oh, Netflix stay in that range, pulled back. Novavax, Myrna, they all kind of pulled back here. Costco is still strong. But anyway, here, let me look at Dash for you real quick. And then I'm gonna focus on this stuff here.
No, it's no worries, man. Like, focus on your thing because I don't want to distract you. We could pick it back up another time.
Yeah, so why don't I look at Dash and then maybe I'll ping you and Discord or something.
Yeah, man. Good luck.
Can you ping me on Discord with your questions so I make sure I answer it correctly?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, man. Take
All
care,
right, guys. All right, you guys have a good weekend. Like I said, I'll still be on, but I'm gonna focus here on trading a little bit. But it was a good week. You guys are great. Hopefully you all had a good day. If you lost, hopefully you didn't lose much. If you won, hopefully you won big. And hopefully you guys all learned something. Great community, great sharing. And I love hearing from new people. I heard a lot more people talk this week than in weeks before, and hopefully every week that continues to grow. And like I said, you know, nobody should be sitting there going, I got a question or I got something I want to ask, and they shouldn't feel like that they can't. But if you got something that you want to ask and you still feel that way, you can always ping me or Jerry on Discord, and we're always happy to take questions. Okay. And other than that, you guys have a great weekend. Okay. All right. Thanks.